Chapter 231. Hiss. The people around all gasped. To be able to make the royal guards, a department personally managed by the emperor, so respectful, apart from a few high-ranking officials, it could only be the commanding officer of the royal guards. In that case, Jiang Xiaofan was at least a third-rank iron-armored royal guard. Lord Jiang, the iron-armored royal guard, as long as he was well-informed, he would naturally be able to contact the incident at the Imperial Equipment Department in the outer city a few days ago, as well as the princess's personal bodyguard, iron-armored royal guard, Jiang Xiaofan. Thinking of this, Sun Qiu hurriedly bowed. Lord Jiang, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. The surrounding diners were all stunned on the spot. This was really like water rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. Not only did he contradict his own people, but he also contradicted an even higher official. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Jiang Xiaofan was not angry. Instead, he sat back on the chair and smiled at Chen Liang. Shopkeeper, why isn't my wine served yet? Please wait a moment. Half price. Half price, half price. Thanks. Jiang Xiaofan shrugged, then turned to look at Sun Qiu and said, Don't you want to eat? Do you want me to give you a seat? No need, no need. Lord, please enjoy your meal. Sun Qiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then go to your work. Don't disturb my meal. Yes, yes, yes. Black Dragon and Black Tiger supported each other and limped out of the Longevity Spring restaurant with Sun Qiu. At this moment, the surrounding customers all looked at Jiang Xiaofan with envy. He was just a lowly commoner just now, and now he had become a high-end player, scaring away these arrogant high-ranking officials. Actually, Sun Qiu was not afraid of the royal guards. The key was that Jiang Xiaofan had a strong backer like Long Shi. Moreover, everyone in the court knew about his identity. Princess Long Shi was the only hope to cure her chronic illness. If he was injured and His Majesty blamed him, it would be considered a light punishment for him to not dig up his ancestral grave and whip his corpse. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. A dozen people walked into the Longevity Spring restaurant, and Jiang Xiaofan recognized the two people in front at a glance. It was Yi Yi, and the other person was Yi Hao. They were acquaintances and had helped each other before. In addition, they were from the same department. Naturally, they were quite enthusiastic. Young hero Jiang is here too. Yi smiled and bowed slightly. After all, Jiang Xiaofan had saved his life. This favor was not easily repaid. Yi Hao was also shocked. He quickly walked forward and patted Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few months, so I went out to investigate some things. When I came back, I heard that you became a royal guard. To Yi Hao, Jiang Xiaofan's alchemy ability was truly uncanny. He even saved the princess's life in a critical moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. This was also one of the reasons why he admired Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan stood up and smiled at Yi Hao. That's right. Master Wei said that I can only go to the royal guards to feed the horses. Then I have to show off my abilities. Otherwise, he will look down on me. Haha. Yi Hao laughed and said, Since old friends are reunited today, let me treat you to a meal. There's no need for that. I will give you a half-price discount today. Everyone sit together. I will treat all of you as a new official. Let's celebrate. Seeing that Yi Hao was about to reject, Jiang Xiaofan picked up a large bowl and filled it with liquor. Don't say anything. It's all in the liquor. After putting a few wooden tables together, a dozen royal guards sat in a circle. The dishes were delicious, and the liquor was mellow. Everyone had a great time chatting, from the inner city to the outer city, from daily life to daily life. This night was also Jiang Xiaofan's most hearty night since he arrived at the imperial capital. Yi Hao and the others had to go on night patrol in the middle of the night, so they dispersed. A meal cost 2 million copper coins. The expenses of a dozen strong men were not small, but Jiang Xiaofan never cared about this money. 2 silver coins made him happy for a night, and it was worth it. After a quiet night, Jiang Xiaofan and the 3 brothers slept soundly under the influence of alcohol. The next morning, Jiang Xiaofan washed up and went straight to the entrance of the imperial palace. Due to drinking too much, Jiang Xiaofan had a hangover, and he felt dizzy. Fortunately, he refined an elixir to sober him up, which made him feel better. She had been waiting at the door for a long time. After seeing Jiang Xiaofan, she hurriedly trotted forward and said, "Master, Master, I have something to tell you." "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Xiaofan asked in confusion. She pursed her pink lips and said, "Father said that there is no way to go to the immortal abode directly. It will be a month later at the earliest." "A month?" Jiang Xiaofan murmured, then smiled and said, "All right, then you have to work hard this month." But everything that followed was naturally simple and rough. As a straight man, how could Jiang Xiaofan have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Since she said she could stand it, then he would forget that she could not stand it. It was not that Jiang Xiaofan was a sadist. The key was that the improvement of his physical body would directly determine whether he could obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon bloodline and open the Dantian. At the same time, it would ensure Xi's safety. Not to mention him, even Jiang Xiaofan did not dare to say that the god-level bloodline power that he had accumulated for more than 10 years would be released from his Dantian in one go. Although she was a princess and was usually delicate, she gritted her teeth in this matter and did not refuse at all. She tried her best to improve herself. This also made Jiang Xiaofan, as her master, very gratified. Of course, while she was working hard to train her physical body, Jiang Xiaofan was not idle either. He found a corner and started to rush for alchemy again. Now that he had a huge amount of spiritual herbs, it would be a waste if he did not rush for alchemy. What he wanted to do was to break through to heaven-grade alchemy and become an immortal-grade alchemist. There were very few records of immortal pills in the Divine Medicine King book. He felt that it might be the same as the 100 Refinements Divine book. His realm was not high enough, so he could not see things of a higher level. If he became an immortal-grade alchemist, he would probably become the most handsome man in the northern border and even the entire Spirit Brilliance world. After the elixir was cast and placed into the storage ring, it would be taken away by Hen Zhu in the next second. Chao Imo was complaining at the side. However, at this moment, a piece of news in the palace made the entire city boil. The immortal abode cultivation was brought forward, and the quota would be confirmed a month later. 20 members of the royal family could bring one person in. There were 20 officials in the royal capital. Other than these who were almost predetermined, there were a total of 50 spots left. These spots would be chosen by the golden-armored Imperial Guard Chu Hang and the commander of the Ministry of War, by Moxing, from among the soldiers and disciples of the various clans. The immortal abode cultivation that happened once every 3 years made many people yearn for it. It was also a wonderful holy land that all cultivators in the royal capital pursued. In order to successfully enter, everyone cultivated hard. For a time, weapons, elixirs, and the dense forest outside the city became popular. Whether they were rich or poor, strong or weak, they would all fight here. Chapter 232. Time flew by, and more than 20 days had passed unknowingly. The entire city was in high spirits at this moment. The selection day was getting closer, making people excited and yearning. During this period of time, some families were happy, while others were sad. However, to Jiang Xiaofan, everything was developing in a good direction. With the nourishment of elixirs and hard training, she went from a mortal body to a level 4 mortal body in half a month. Although it was not high, one could clearly feel the change in her aura and strength. Looking at the slender girl rolling up her sleeves and the muscles on her arms, Jiang Xiaofan could not help but feel a little sorry for her. However, she did not seem to care at all. Instead, she was always very excited and asked Jiang Xiaofan in a cute voice, Master, do you think her biceps are bigger?" Facing this muscular Lolita, Jiang Xiaofan could only chuckle. She looked awesome on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Of course, Jiang Xiaofan was also idle for the past month. Under the power of the spirit-devouring stone, his physical body had successfully risen to level 6 spirit body. Looking at this progress, he would be able to enter the next physical body realm in at most 2 months. The most noteworthy thing was naturally his alchemy skills. In this half a month, Not only did he refine all the spiritual herbs in the interspatial ring into elixirs, he also went to the Imperial Drug Division. Li Bian saw that he went straight to the medicine warehouse and his face turned green. As the princess's imperial physician, how could he not give Jiang Xiaofan the spiritual herbs he wanted? Li Bian went to complain, but was rejected on the spot by Long Tian, who asked him to fully cooperate with Jiang Xiaofan. This time, Jiang Xiaofan brought 2 interspatial rings, which contained 10 million spiritual herbs in one go, and all of them were refined. But there was one thing, and that was after his alchemy skills reached heaven level 10, even though his proficiency was already full, he could not advance any further. Regarding this point, even Lien Henzhu could not figure it out, and in the end, he could only put it aside for the time being. During this period of time, you have exhausted too much energy from patrolling. You should rest for a few days so that you can recover your energy for entering the dragon vein. Jiang Xiaofan patted Long Shi's shoulder, which was thin and weak from before, and now only hard muscles could be felt. Then, master, are you coming to the palace to accompany me? Long Shi blinked her big eyes and asked excitedly. Jiang Xiaofan held his forehead and laughed. I may be going out for a few days, I will look for you when I come back. Can't I go? No. Okay then, don't stop taking medicine, remember to be on time. Okay. After settling Long Shi and the 3 brothers, Jiang Xiaofan did not stay for long, but left the capital directly. After all, he was Long Shi's guard. As long as Long Shi agreed, he could leave the capital freely. And the purpose of this trip was not for anything else, but for the Heaven Destroyer sword that was lying quietly in the storage ring. This immortal weapon was extremely powerful, but without a demonic spirit to guard it, it could not be used. It had power but could not be used, like a piece of scrap metal. Henzhu said that he had a way to get the demonic spirit. This time, he naturally followed Henzhu's instructions and went to a place. Jiang Xiaofan's purpose was to pass through the soul-perching forest and enter the eternal forest of hell. The eternal forest of hell, as the border forest of the northeastern region of the northern borderline, was vast. Not only that, there was also a city there, Zhaoyang City. King Pingwei and the Bai family lived there. They were also an important line of defense at the eastern border, and the place Jiang Xiaofan wanted to go to was this border. Henzhu once said that although all the martial sovereigns on the mainland had fallen, there were still many martial kings. In the imperial city, there were only a few martial kings from the aristocratic families. The number of martial kings hidden in the mountains and forests was much more than the number in the imperial city. The person that Jiang Xiaofan wanted to visit was a martial king. This person was Henzhu's old friend. According to Henzhu, this person had a demonic spirit that had been tamed and was worthy of this immortal weapon. Hearing this news, Jiang Xiaofan did not allow him to stay. He immediately headed northeast. However, the northern borderline was vast, and with Jiang Xiaofan's speed, it would take him 3 to 5 days to reach it. In the end, he rode on the back of the tapir and sped up. They didn't make many stops along the way, but it still took them 2 whole days to get there. In the evening, under Henzhu's guidance, the 3 of them came to a small stream. About 100 meters upstream, there was a thatched hut. Next to the hut was a wooden fence that separated 2 vegetable fields. An old man with white hair and brows was standing by the stream. He took off his trousers and peed as if there was no one around. After he was done, he shook his body twice. Henzhu was standing not far away, laughing loudly. "You old thing, you are not dead yet?" The old man's hunched body shook, and he quickly put away his treasures. He looked at Henzhu fiercely and cursed, "Old bastard! Aren't you also not dead?" As soon as he said that, the 2 of them disappeared and appeared together in the next second. 2 powerful forces collided. Boom! Within 100 meters, sand and gravel flew, and everything was turned into powder. The stream was cut off, and the trees were destroyed. Only the thatched hut remained standing in the dim light. The 2 of them landed on the ground at the same time and gasped for breath. Henzhu grinned and said, "Old thing, you are old. You are not as strong as before." The old man also smiled and said, "Old bastard, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. How did you become a trash in the sky martial arts realm?" "Although my strength has regressed, I can still live for another 200 years. Can you? Henju's poisonous tongue was activated, and he didn't show any mercy. The old man naturally didn't show any weakness. He snorted coldly and said, I have lived a good life for the past few hundred years. I am different from a mummy like you. You only know how to live in a coffin. What I am doing is called tactics. You know nothing. You call that a tactic? Asterisk CK. My kick. Humph. The two of them started fighting as if there was no one else around. However, it was obvious that the martial king old man was suppressing his strength. Otherwise, Henju wouldn't be a match for him. Taper and Jiang Xiaofan stood where they were and watched the two fight blankly. They lay on the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Only then did the fight stop. The two of them lay on the ground with their heads facing each other. The old man finally thought of the main topic and asked, Old bastard, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. You didn't come here just to fight with me, did you? No, I actually came to find you because I want your sparrow. Henju sat up and grinned wretchedly. The old man looked down at his crotch. He raised his hand and slapped Henju's face. He blushed and said, You pervert. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly flew into the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage shook a little, and then there was no more movement. Henju turned his head and said to Jiang Xiaofan and Taper, Wait here. I'll talk to him. After saying that, he flew into the thatched hut. Not long after, the thatched hut began to shake and creaking sounds could be heard. At the same time, it was accompanied by an old and low moan. Chapter 233. Ever since the incident with Zhou Tsang, Yi Xian didn't trust others. He was afraid that the Grand Elder had bad intentions. After all, they were both surnamed Zhou. Soon, he found the Grand Elder's residence and found Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Why are you here? Aren't you going out to train? Song Suijing, who was cultivating, couldn't help but ask when she saw Yi Xian. Yes, so I wanted to say hello to you before going out. Yi Xian walked over and gently hugged Song Suijing. Song Suijing didn't resist and leaned her chin on Yi Xian's shoulder and asked softly, What are you doing? Nothing, this is for you. Yi Xian suddenly took out another item. It was a pair of crystal-clear earrings. Song Suijing happily took it and put it on. She was a little surprised and said, Why are you suddenly giving me jewelry? It's quite pretty. This isn't an ordinary accessory. It's useful for cultivation. You should wear it. Yi Xian casually explained. However, this pair of earrings cost him a lot of devouring points. This pair of earrings had a special formation that could save his life in a critical moment. Twice. Not only that, even if the earrings were consumed, Yi Xian could still get them. This was just in case. After all, Yi Xian didn't know how long he would be gone. Song Suijing didn't have any doubts and softly reminded, Although Master said that there isn't much danger in the cave, you still have to be careful. I will. Yi Xian said and suddenly turned his head. Song Suijing was already used to this action. She immediately tiptoed and pecked Yi Xian's cheek. Yi Xian was also immersed in the world of two people. He was lucky to have a beautiful and cute fiancée. However, he also had to put in double the effort. Not only did he have to improve himself, but he also had to make Song Suijing work together. All right, cultivate well here and wait for me to come back. Yi Xian gently rubbed Song Suijing's head. Song Suijing nodded obediently. To be honest, she really wanted to go with Yi Xian, but she was not strong enough. He was afraid that he would be a burden to Yi Xian, so he could only stay in soaring firmament manner and cultivate properly. After bidding farewell to Song Suijing, Yi Xian returned to the heavenly abode and met up at the entrance. At this moment, there was already a soaring sky great Peng waiting at the entrance of the heavenly abode. Other than that, there were 4 other figures. Among the 4 figures, one was Grand Elder Zhou Yan, another was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's Deputy Alliance leader Jiang Lu. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had never seen them before. When the Grand Elder saw Yi Xian, he shouted, "This time, I will personally send you all there. After that, I will make a trip to the central province. The people from the other 3 prefectures have already set off. Come on up." Yi Xian jumped onto the back of the soaring sky great Peng. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Xian. Jiang Lu smiled and introduced, Yi Xian, this is junior brother Xiaoan, ranked 3rd on the heaven leaderboard. This is Xin Fei, ranked 4th on the heaven leaderboard. Greetings, senior brothers. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Lu was ranked 2nd on the heaven leaderboard. Now that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th were here, there were 4 people. Junior brother is so strong at such a young age. You will definitely surpass us in the future. The young man named Xiaoan smiled. As for Xin Fei, he politely nodded his head at Yi Xian. He didn't say anything. It seemed like he was a person who preferred silence. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up. After saying that, the Grand Elder commanded the soaring sky great Peng to fly up into the air and fly towards a certain direction. Originally, the mission of exploring the cave was given to the top 4 disciples from each prefecture. However, the top disciple from the heavenly prefecture, who was also the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, had yet to return from the central province. Zhou Dongfeng, who was originally ranked 5th, was also pushed down by Yi Xian. Therefore, it was Yi Xian's turn now. Yi Xian was under a lot of pressure. Jiang Lu, Xiaoan, and Xin Fei were all late mortal core warriors, and they were only 1 step away from the Earth core realm. As for him, he hadn't even reached the mid-mortal core realm. However, besides these 3, there were still people from the Earth Prefecture, Xian Prefecture, and Huang Prefecture. Therefore, with Yi Xian's strength, he was able to be ranked at the top of the group. This time, the soaring sky great Peng flew for a total of 15 days. After flying over countless mountains, they finally landed in a valley. No one? Looks like the disciples from the other 3 prefectures have already entered. Alright, you guys can enter as well. The previous sect master had personally explored this cave once. There are indeed some threats inside, but for the 4 of you, it shouldn't be a problem. The Grand Elder said. Grand Elder, where is this cave? The 3rd-ranked disciple on the heavenly ranking, Xiaoan, looked around in surprise, but he couldn't find anything. This Earth Core warrior was quite famous in the central province 100 years ago, but I heard that he died more than 10 years ago. Of course, his cave wouldn't be built here for no reason. Take a look. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a slash. The slash penetrated into one of the stone walls. However, the stone wall wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was slightly warped. So that's how it is. A formation is covering the entrance. Xiaoan immediately understood. At this moment, Jiang Lu couldn't help but ask, Master, isn't this the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect? That's right. This is the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. It's a pity that they didn't discover it, so we got lucky. As the Grand Elder spoke, he summoned the soaring sky great Peng and continued, Alright, I have to make a trip to the central province to purchase some forging materials. If you guys are back from your training, go to the Heavenly Yuan sect and borrow a Heavenly Thunder Eagle. The 4 of them nodded respectfully. After that, the Grand Elder rode the soaring sky great Peng and left. Alright, let's go in. The other 3 prefectures' junior brothers left a day earlier than us, so they should have arrived by now. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, he directly entered the stone wall with the illusion formation. Yi Xian and the other 2 followed behind him. The entrance wasn't big and could only fit 2 to 3 people at a time. The valley was boundless, so it was a miracle that the Grand Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion was able to find this place. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 4 of them finally saw light. As soon as they walked out of the passage, they saw 4 forks in the road. In the middle of the forks, there was a huge sculpture. It was at least 30 meters tall. This must be that senior, Jiang Lu said. When he saw the words at the foot of the sculpture, he was enlightened. So this senior is the famous weapon refiner Hui Yang in the central province 100 years ago. Moreover, he loves to carve. I'm afraid this large sculpture was personally carved by him. It's really well done. End of chapter. Chapter 234. Hui Yang? So it's him. I've heard that this senior likes to study arrays and has some Xian beast puppets. It seems like the dangers in this palace are these Xian beast puppets? Xiaoan couldn't help but say. Yes, junior brothers, there are 4 paths here. Let's split up. We might encounter some statues along the way. I hope that you will be merciful and not destroy these statues. Jiang Lu said and darted into one of the paths. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, junior brothers. Xiaoan also darted into another path. As for the silent Xen Fei, he nodded at Yi Xian and left. Now, Yi Xian was the only one left. Yi Xian looked at the large statue and stood quietly for a while. Since he was already late, it didn't matter if he was a little late. He felt that there was something strange about the large statue, but he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. Forget it, let's go. Yi Xian was too lazy to think. Now that all 3 paths were occupied, he could only go to the last one. It had to be said that this cave dwelling was decorated like a castle. There were many murals of Xian beasts on the path, and each one was carved vividly. There were names and descriptions below. He had heard that there were always experts who didn't have children and didn't belong to any faction. Therefore, they would build a cave dwelling before they died and place their belongings inside, such as cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and treasures. Yi Xian heard from Jiang Lu that Huiyang was a weapon refiner, so he must have a lot of materials and earth weapons. Yi Xian was very interested in this cave dwelling. Yi Xian walked along the path, looking at the murals as he walked. This was because he realized that the murals didn't just depict Xian beasts. There were also other things, such as the materials and methods needed to forge certain weapons. Most people who came in would look for treasures and rarely pay attention to these murals. Just now, Yi Xian had coincidentally seen a mural of the forging of an earth-level treasure blade. He had also recorded it into the devouring system, but it was not of much value to him. He continued to run forward for a while, and the path that followed was somewhat different. The murals on the walls disappeared, and in their place were stone sculptures. So it's someone who's been in contact with Huiyang. Yi Xian also said. He didn't pay much attention to it and continued to run. Next, he encountered his first threat. It was a black leopard, but it wasn't a body. It was a puppet made of an unknown material. Roar! The black leopard pounced at Yi Xian, but in the next moment, it was split in half by Yi Xian. The speed of a half-step origin core realm martial artist? Yi Xian raised his hand and struck out again, destroying the rotating parts in the black leopard's body. He didn't take out any weapons from the beginning to the end. The black leopard's core was destroyed. Yi Xian walked over to it and devoured it. 100 million devouring points for one? Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It looked like this black leopard's material was quite precious. Although he didn't have much devouring points before this, after completing the forging task, he had gained another 70 billion devouring points. With this trip to the cave, he might be able to break through to the initial mortal core realm. Yi Xian continued running forward. There were some palaces in this path, and there were many puppet parts along the way as well. These should be the corpses of the disciples from the other 3 palaces. But most of the corpses were taken away by those disciples. This made him feel somewhat helpless. Too bad, because we had to take care of the disciples from the other 3 palaces. The 4 of us were late by a day. All the good stuff has been taken away. He felt very helpless. He had been here for more than an hour, but he hadn't found anything. However, at this moment he suddenly frowned. This was because he actually smelled the scent of blood. He had the bloodline of the myriad beasts in his body, so he was very sensitive to the smell of blood. He squinted his eyes and saw a pool of blood not far from him. It looked like some disciple was injured. Junior disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled. He quickly turned around and found that there was another person behind him. Furthermore, he was quite familiar with this person. He was the number 1 on the Earth ranking, Jiang Yu. Senior disciple? Why are you here? Yi Xian was very surprised. He knew that Jiang Yu was also at the initial mortal core realm, but he was able to avoid his senses and come up behind him. I just came from there. Junior disciple, why are you so late? Jiang Yu walked over with a long sword in his hand and a smile on his face. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said, "Stop right there." Junior disciple, what's wrong? Xianxia stopped. You want to confuse me with a mere illusory formation? Yixian sneered. He took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia was cut in half. In the end, his body began to twist and turn into a black leopard. What a joke! Yixian had a high-rank formation breaking grandmaster in his body. Unless it was a very advanced formation, it couldn't escape his senses. Furthermore, Yixian was able to confirm that this was an illusory formation because of his supersonic bat bloodline. He could sense that Xianxia was approaching on all fours. He walked over and devoured the puppet's body. Then he looked around. Then he suddenly leaped up and struck the ground with his palm. Bang! The floor cracked, and a purple light entered Yixian's eyes. Sure enough, there was a foundation of an illusory formation under the ground. Yixian quickly walked over and destroyed the foundation. Then he took away the crystal stones inside. There were a total of 100 high-grade crystal stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. A small illusory formation can only be used one per day. These 100 high-grade crystal stones can last for another 30 years or so, Yixian thought to himself. He suddenly remembered that Hui Yang had passed away 100 years ago. In other words, there were at least 400 high-grade crystal stones here before this. Then he began to move forward again. Another hour passed, but he still didn't gain much. He couldn't fall behind by one day. He had no choice but to run as fast as he could in one direction. He had to be ahead of the other disciples. His speed was extremely fast. He estimated that among the 16 people who entered Hui Yang's cavern, his strength was definitely in the top 4. Moreover, he might not necessarily be fourth. An hour of running was equivalent to 2 or 3 hours of running for the others. In just half a day he had entered the cavern. End of chapter. Chapter 235. Isn't this cave a little too big? It would take a group of experts a few years to build this place. Yixian estimated in his mind. He had been running around for half a day, and he was sure that he hadn't run twice. In just half a day, he had killed dozens of puppets. Including the items he had obtained by chance, his harvest had exceeded 1 million mid-rank crystal stones. Now, he was just short of 1 million points, and he would be able to break through the 10 million mark. One had to admit that the sect master of Soaring Heaven Mansion was very generous. If he were to explore this cave himself, his harvest would definitely be astronomical. But he gave it to Yixian and the other 16 men. Right at this moment, rumble! A loud noise suddenly sounded out from within the cave. It was definitely not the sound of an ordinary battle. What's going on? Yixian was startled. Then he realized that the sound was very close to him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. In less than a minute, he saw a huge puppet that was 10 meters tall chasing after a young man who was wearing the profound department's disciple robes. When the young man saw Yixian, he shouted out loudly, "Senior disciple Yi, be careful. This is a puppet comparable to a mid-mortal core warrior." Yixian stood still and sensed for a moment. After confirming that this young man was indeed a human and not an illusion formation, he immediately rushed over. "Get out of the way!" Yixian shouted out in a deep voice, then he took out the 8 desolate sword. Mid-rank earth-rank martial skill, sky-breaking slash. A tyrannical wave of Dan essence was instantly slashed out by Yixian, forming a huge slash. The slash quickly swept past the young man, then it hit the giant puppet. After that, the young man turned around and saw that the giant puppet had been split in half, and it fell to the ground. Yixian had killed so many puppets, and he also had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master. He could easily find the core of the formation within these puppets and kill them with a single strike. The young man's mouth was wide open as he looked at Yixian in disbelief. At this moment, Yixian realized that this young man was also a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. "Brother Yi is indeed powerful. You killed the puppet in one strike," the young man exclaimed. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving my life. I am Wuxian." Yixian slowly walked over, then he said, "Although you're injured, you're still a divine core warrior. Why can't he defeat this puppet?" Cough! Wuxian laughed dryly and said in shame, This puppet's defense is extremely strong. I don't have an Earth-grade weapon. Although I can break through its defense with just my Earth-grade martial arts, I will definitely use up all of my Jindan essence. I see. Yi Xian nodded his head. Although he had given away 10 Earth-grade weapons, it seemed like the Soaring Heaven Mansion hadn't given them to any of their disciples yet. They were probably thinking of using them as rewards. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a nebula sword from his storage ring. Then he said, I have more than one Earth-grade weapon. Junior brother, if you want it, you can exchange it with those puppets' corpses. Wu Shan's eyes lit up when he saw the nebula sword. He hastily said, Thank you, senior brother. But, junior brother only has 30 corpses, I'm not sure if that's enough. It's enough, give them all to me. Yi Xian nodded his head. An Earth-grade weapon was equivalent to 200,000 mid-rank crystals. If he were to buy one in the central province, it would cost him 300,000 mid-rank crystals. Although these puppets' corpses could be sold for money, they couldn't put out a nearby fire. Without any hesitation, Wu Shan poured out all the puppets' corpses from his storage ring to Yi Xian. Thank you, senior brother. This huge puppet was also killed by senior brother. Senior brother, you can have it too. Wu Shan said respectfully. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly devoured the huge puppet. When he heard the notification in his head, his eyes lit up. I'm going to cut the grass. This huge puppet was actually worth 10 billion devour points. Alright, let's split up. Take care of yourselves. After witnessing the value of this huge puppet, Yi Xian didn't want to stay any longer. He wanted to hurry up and kill the puppets. Alright. Wu Shan also wanted to move alone. Now that he had the nebula sword, even if he encountered this huge puppet again, he would be able to kill it. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Oh right, senior brother, other than the 16 of us, there are other people in this cave abode. They followed behind us and came in. Other people? Yi Xian was a little surprised. They are from the Heavenly Yuan sect. They just happened to discover this cave dwelling, Wu Shan replied. Heavenly Yuan sect. Hearing this name, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 2 years ago, he had heard of this name when he was in Lianyun City. Lin Shui, who was previously engaged to him, had joined this sect. Now, he finally understood what kind of power the Heavenly Yuan sect was. It was the Overlord sect in the southern region, and he heard that it was even stronger than the Soaring Heaven Mansion. I understand. Thank you for telling me, junior brother. Yi Xian nodded his head, then he left. This cave dwelling didn't have an owner, and it was still in the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. As long as there were no conflicts of interest, Yi Xian wouldn't bother with those people. After all, leveling up was more important. However, his footsteps had unknowingly become faster. He didn't expect the Heavenly Yuan sect to discover this cave dwelling. Now, the competition would be huge. He estimated that if he could find another dozen of those puppets, he would be able to break through to the initial mortal core realm. Boom! Before Yi Xian had even turned the corner, he saw a second giant puppet. When this giant puppet entered Yi Xian's eyes, he raised his hand and split it in half. A low-grade earth weapon, a mid-grade earth martial skill, and the bloodline of a sword emperor. These 3 factors allowed Yi Xian's attack to easily break through the giant puppet's defense. Another 10 billion devour points. Previously, the Grand Elder had said that this cave abode was nothing to him. In other words, the strongest thing in this cave dwelling should be this giant puppet. At most, it was comparable to a late mortal core warrior, and there shouldn't be any earth core warriors. As a result, Yi Xian started to run without the slightest bit of fear. Right at this moment, he had arrived at the deepest part of the cave dwelling. Boom! Another loud noise entered Yi Xian's ears. But this time, it was different from before. It was the sound of someone fighting. I wonder who it is? Yi Xian curiously rushed over. When he turned the corner, he was also stunned. This time, there wasn't just one giant puppet, there were 5 of them. Damn, I've made a fortune. Yi Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued to observe. Right at this moment, there were 3 people fighting against the 5 giant puppets. One of them was Wu Shan, who Yi Xian had just met. End of chapter. Chapter 236. So it's him. This guy's luck is really bad, meeting 5 of them at once. But the other 2 should be disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect. He didn't expect to meet 2 disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect at once. But when he saw the 2 men, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. These 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples were both initial mortal core warriors, and they were both holding earth weapons in their hands. They were fighting against 3 huge puppets together. As for Wuxian, who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was fighting against 2 puppets by himself. These 2 men are really despicable. They actually left 2 puppets for him. No, these 2 men are trying to kill Wuxian, then collect his corpse. Yi Xian immediately realized what was going on. Without hesitation, he rushed out. But, right at this moment, one of the 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples threw a punch at Wuxian's back. The punch landed on Wuxian's back, severely injuring him. Wuxian fell to the ground, his face filled with shock. It was already difficult for him to fight against 2 huge puppets, and now he was ambushed. He was immediately stepped on by a huge puppet. This huge puppet wasn't very fast, but its defense was strong, and its attack wasn't weak either. With his 10-meter-tall body, he could easily stomp a half-step origin core warrior to death. Wuxian was just a mortal core warrior who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Although he wouldn't die after being stomped, he wouldn't be far from death. Damn it! Seeing this, Yi Xian instinctively ran at full speed as well, but he was still 1 step too late. Bang! The huge puppet stomped down and turned the dying Wuxian into meat paste. His body was badly mutilated, and even his head was crushed. Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he was stunned. One of his fellow disciples had actually died in front of him. In an instant, his eyes spewed out endless murderous intent. If it wasn't for that man's sneak attack, Wuxian would have been able to hold on until he arrived. There's another one from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, the small-eyed young man who had sneak attacked Wuxian also noticed Yi Xian, who was standing a few hundred meters away. He revealed a surprised expression. "Damn it, we were seen," another long-haired disciple said in a low voice. "What are you afraid of? You're not as good as him. If you die, then so be it. Let's end this quickly and kill this brat as well." This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The small-eyed youth didn't care about Yi Xian at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut a huge puppet in half with 2 slashes. The long-haired disciple also dealt with 1. At this moment, there were only 3 giant puppets left in the field. The small-eyed young man glanced at Yi Xian and discovered that Yi Xian didn't run away. He was also surprised and said, "Oh, it's a heavenly abode disciple. Don't tell me he's stunned?" As he spoke, he easily dealt with another giant puppet. Yi Xian remained silent and watched quietly. After another 10 seconds, the last 2 giant puppets were also cut in half. Although the 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples didn't find the core, they had already crippled the 5 puppets. These 5 crippled puppets were no longer a threat to them, so they weren't in a hurry to destroy the core. "Brat, what did you see just now?" After the battle, the small-eyed young man couldn't help but ask. "Tisuchi's scared silly. Just kill him. Why are you still talking nonsense?" The long-haired young man was a little impatient. "All right, who told him to come at the wrong time? He just happened to see me sneak attack that dead man." The small-eyed young man revealed a devilish smile and said, "However, since he's from the heavenly abode, he might have some skills. Let's attack together to avoid any accidents." The long-haired young man had no objections. In an instant, the 2 of them attacked Yi Xian from both sides. In less than a second, they arrived in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, they were sneering in their hearts because Yi Xian still didn't move. He was probably really scared silly. "Go to hell." A murderous intent flashed in the small-eyed young man's eyes. However, at this moment, the Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's right hand suddenly shattered into pieces, instantly splitting into 8 parts. Bahuang wind-killing formation. Whoosh! The small-eyed young man pointed his sword at Yi Xian's head. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Yi Xian's forehead, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then he felt pain in his arm, thigh, waist, and throat. All of these parts were emitting a cold sensation. He instinctively glanced at his right hand and found that it had been separated from his body. The cut was very neat and there wasn't even blood. This chapter is not finished yet, please turn the page. At this moment his eyes flashed again. In the next moment, Yi Xian was split in half. His upper body and lower body were separated. However, it wasn't Yi Xian's body that was separated, it was his eyes that were cut in half. In other words, half of his head was cut off. Looking at the small-eyed young man's body that had been cut into dozens of pieces, the long-haired young man who arrived later immediately stopped. He was startled for a second, then he quickly backed off. A person was actually cut into more than 10 pieces in an instant. How did this happen? He couldn't understand. But he didn't have to think about what happened next, because his fate was the same as the small-eyed young man's. He was cut into dozens of pieces. Before he died, he saw 8 sharp blades floating in front of Yi Xian. If there was anyone else here right now, they would be scared to death. 2 initial mortal core warriors were cut into pieces in an instant, and Yi Xian didn't even move a finger. Why didn't Yi Xian answer his opponent's question? It was because he didn't want to talk to a dead man. On the floor, there were 2 pools of blood and countless broken limbs. Yi Xian quietly walked over and collected their storage rings and weapons. After that, he walked towards the 5 huge puppets. After destroying the cores one by one, he devoured all 5 puppets. Finally, he walked in front of the dead Wu Shan. Junior disciple Wu, I've avenged you, rest in peace. Yi Xian murmured to himself. After that, he took out a piece of white cloth and wrapped it around the corpse. He put it into his storage ring, planning to bury it properly when he returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Yuan sect, and now, he was even more hostile towards them. The Heavenly Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion could be considered neighbors, but a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect had murdered a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion for his own personal gain. Yi Xian had made up his mind, if he ever saw a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect again, he would kill them without mercy. However, he didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky today. Just as he was about to check the storage rings of the 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears. Was it one of his own, or was it a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect? Yi Xian quietly stood where he was. If it was a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, he would kill him without hesitation. If it was a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion, he would warn him, so that he wouldn't die as well. End of chapter. Chapter 237. The footsteps were very fast, they were at least initial mortal core warriors, and there were at least 2 of them. When Yi Xian saw the figure that rushed out from the corner, his furrowed brows loosened. It was Jiang Lu, Jiang Yu's older brother, who was ranked 2nd on the heavenly ranking. But when he saw the man behind Jiang Lu, his brows immediately tensed up again. It was someone from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Junior brother Yi? When Jiang Lu saw Yi Xian, he was slightly surprised as well. Yi Xian was even more surprised. Why was Jiang Lu with someone from the Heavenly Yuan sect? So it's junior brother Yi. Jiang Lu immediately ran over. Now, Yi Xian hesitated. He looked at the young man behind Jiang Lu and couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, who is he? My friend, Shi Hang, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Yuan ranking. Jiang Lu casually replied. Soaring Heaven Mansion was one of the 4 manors in Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. But the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't so complicated. It was only divided into the inner circle and outer circle. As for the inner circle, there was a Heavenly Yuan ranking, which was similar to the Heavenly Yuan ranking. This Shi Hang was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Yuan ranking, which meant he was ranked 4th among all the disciples in the Heavenly Yuan sect. His strength was probably extraordinary. Right at this moment, Jiang Lu suddenly saw Yi Xian's strange expression. He asked, Yi Xian, what happened to you? Yi Xian paused for a moment, then he took a step to the side and said, Senior brother, just now, 2 people from the Heavenly Yuan sect killed junior brother Wu Shan. What? Hearing this, Jiang Lu and Shi Hang both trembled. They looked at Yi Xian's figure at the same time. Indeed, there were bloodstains on the ground, and there were countless broken limbs in the distance. They were all brutally dismembered by someone. Junior brother He, junior brother Luo. Shihang opened his eyes wide and immediately rushed over. Jiang Lu's expression changed. He realized that something was wrong. 2 disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect killed Wuxian from the Profound Department, and then Yi Xian avenged Wuxian by killing those 2. And now, Shihang saw these 2 corpses. Junior brother, what's going on? Jiang Lu frowned and asked. After that, Yi Xian recounted everything that had happened without missing a single word. Nonsense. However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout rang out from not far away. Then, Jiang Lu subconsciously said, "Let's go." He stood in front of Yi Xian. "Shihang, don't be impulsive." Jiang Lu hurriedly said. This Shihang in front of him was a super genius who had broken through to the mortal core realm. If he suddenly attacked Yi Xian would most likely be killed instantly. Shihang gloomily looked at Yi Xian. This brat killed 2 of my Sky Yuan sect's disciples. He must pay with his life. It was those 2 who launched the sneak attack first. Jiang Lu retorted. Who knows if this brat is telling the truth? Who knows, maybe he killed his own junior brother with his own hands. Shihang didn't believe him at all. After all, he didn't know Yi Xian. However, Jiang Lu believed him. Who was Yi Xian? A man who could casually earn millions of mid-rank crystal stones. Why would he do something like killing someone and stealing their treasures? Those 2 Sky Yuan sect's disciples didn't have a total of 7 million mid-rank crystal stones, right? Yi Xian could earn 7 million mid-rank crystal stones in just 3 days. Why would he kill Sky Yuan sect's disciples for such a small amount of money? Jiang Lu didn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Impossible, Yi Xian would never do such a thing. Jiang Lu still chose to believe Yi Xian. Jiang Lu, get out of my way or else, don't blame me for being impolite. Shihang's eyes flickered. He was ready to kill. However, Yi Xian was still standing there quietly. If it wasn't because Shihang and Jiang Lu knew each other, he would have already attacked. Perhaps Shihang would have already become a corpse by now. Shihang, if you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first. Jiang Lu took out his weapon, looking like he was going to protect Yi Xian. Shihang furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you sure? You and I haven't really fought before. If you really want to fight, I, Jiang Lu, will accompany you. I also want to see if you, the 4th ranked on the heavenly ranking, or I, the 2nd ranked on the heavenly ranking, is stronger." Jiang Lu didn't back down. This time, Shihang hesitated. He knew those 2 corpses. They were both initial mortal core geniuses. When he went over to check, he found out that these 2 died in an instant. This meant that Yi Xian had the ability to kill initial mortal core warriors in an instant. But when he walked past Yi Xian, he felt that Yi Xian was just a mortal core warrior. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian was either a late mortal core warrior or a mortal core warrior. He was a super genius who could kill geniuses who were at a higher cultivation level than him. If it was one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of Yi Xian. But now, there was Jiang Lu. If Yi Xian suddenly launched a sneak attack during his fight with Jiang Lu, he would be finished. Good, very good, I won't let this go. Kid, you better follow Jiang Lu, or else, if I see you, you'll die a horrible death. After Shihang said those words, he left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Jiang Lu let out a sigh of relief. That Shihang was his friend, and he had a conflict with him because of this. But Yi Xian was the strongest genius in Soaring Heaven Mansion, and he was also a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. That was why Jiang Lu couldn't just stand by and watch. Yi Xian, did you keep junior disciple Wu Shan's corpse? Jiang Lu turned around and asked. Yi Xian nodded. He had kept Wu Shan's corpse in his storage ring, but he didn't have a storage ring. Sigh, I didn't think that such a thing would happen. Shihang will definitely not let this matter rest. Who knows, he might even start a war between our 2 sections. Jiang Lu said. He then turned his head and said, Next, you should come with me. No need for that, senior disciple, I can protect myself. Yi Xian shook his head. In fact, he was still waiting for Shihang to come. Although he had never fought a mortal core warrior before, he was at least 80% sure that he could kill Shihang. How can that be? What if you meet him? Jiang Lu quickly said. No, my luck isn't that bad. All right, senior disciple, Are you good friends with him? Yi Xian asked. Jiang Lu was startled for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "No, we just met when we were training in the central province. We fought together before." I see. Yi Xian nodded his head. It looked like that Shi Hang could still be killed. Why don't you come with me? If we really meet him, it'll be troublesome. Jiang Lu still tried to persuade him. But Yi Xian still refused. No need for that, senior disciple. With my physique and an upper-rank movement skill, even if we meet him, he won't be able to catch up to me. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lu was stunned. Yi Xian actually had an upper-rank movement skill? But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was just joking. End of chapter. Chapter 238. If that's the case, then be careful. Jiang Lu didn't ask any more questions. After Yi Xian nodded his head, he turned around and left, heading towards another direction. After he left, Jiang Lu stayed where he was for a while. He was worried that Shi Hang would suddenly turn around and chase after Yi Xian. 10 minutes later, he finally left. But he didn't chase after Shi Hang. Instead, he headed towards another direction. However, after he left, Yi Xian suddenly reappeared. He looked towards the direction where Shi Hang left and revealed a strange smile. "You're just a late mortal core warrior. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Perhaps you're the same as those two. Today, I'll send you to hell." He coldly said in his mind, then he started chasing after Shi Hang. With the high-ranked supersonic bat bloodline, there was no need for him to worry about not being able to catch up to his opponent. Although it had only been 10 minutes, Yi Xian had already broken through once in these 10 minutes. That's right, he had devoured the 5 corpses of the puppets, as well as the items in the 2 men's storage rings. He had now broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Right now, Shi Hang had no idea that a god of death was chasing after him from behind. What he wanted to do the most right now wasn't to kill Yi Xian, but to find the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to worry anymore. That's why he wanted to hunt down the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Previously, he had heard from Jiang Lu that there were only 3 late mortal core warriors from the Heavenly Mansion. The rest of them were mostly early mortal core warriors, and only a few of them were initial mortal core warriors. With his strength, killing any one of them he saw wasn't a problem. However, while he was still searching around and listening to the surroundings, a figure had already caught up to him. It was Yi Xian. Found him. Yi Xian, who was behind Shi Hang, revealed a murderous intent. A late mortal core warrior must have a lot of treasures, and there might even be the corpses of the puppets in his storage ring. The vision in the cave wasn't that dim. From time to time, there would be things glowing in the surroundings. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't use the Shadow Leopard's bloodline to quietly approach. However, with his current strength, there was no need for a sneak attack. He could just fight head-on. "Shi Hang!" Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted. When Shi Hang heard his name, he also abruptly turned around. When he discovered Yi Xian, who was several hundred meters away, his eyes immediately widened. There was a path to heaven, yet you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, yet you barged in. You have guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to look for me. Did you think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your clothes and wore a mask? Shi Hang sneered, but he did not let his guard down. Maybe Jiang Lu was hiding behind them. He had only fought side by side with Jiang Lu, so they could only be considered acquaintances. Therefore, it was possible that Jiang Lu had coveted his belongings and conspired with Yi Xian to kill him. "Don't worry, I'm not with Jiang Lu." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He did not take off his mask. He just did not want others to coincidentally see him kill Shi Hang. Shi Hang laughed again. He was a little confused about the situation. However, when he saw Yi Xian walking towards him, his eyes flashed. As long as he was close enough, he could instantly kill Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Lu followed him, it would be useless. After all, this passage was more than 1,000 meters long. It was long enough. Yi Xian slowly approached. At this time, he was only about 200 meters away from Shi Hang. If the latter suddenly exploded, it would take less than 2 seconds to close the distance to 0. Looking at Yi Xian, who was full of murderous intent, Xianxia was slightly stunned. His expression became dignified as he said, "Don't tell me you still want to kill me? If I don't kill you, do you think I'm here to die?" Yi Xian smiled indifferently. In the next moment, he exploded with speed and directly closed the distance to within 100 meters. So fast, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Xianxia instantly reacted. Previously, Yi Xian had killed his 2 junior brothers. His strength was definitely not ordinary, so when he saw Yi Xian, he was always vigilant. "Don't underestimate me." 7/. He was also a cautious person. After sensing that Yi Xian was not ordinary, he directly used a mid-grade earth-level martial art, preparing to instantly kill Yi Xian. 7 slashes instantly cut through the air, whistling through the wind as they swept in front of Yi Xian. The 7 slashes were from very tricky angles. If Yi Xian wanted to use his movement technique to dodge, it would indeed be difficult. If it was before, Yi Xian and Xianxia were 2 realms apart. If they fought head-on, he did not know if he could win. After all, the Sky Yuan sect was a force stronger than the soaring heaven mansion. But now, Yi Xian had no intention of dodging at all. Sky-breaking slash. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword in his hand and casually slashed out. A huge arrow light instantly destroyed the 7 slashes, and at the same time, it swept toward Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes widened. With the strength of his Jindan essence, he used an earth-level weapon and a mid-grade earth-level martial art. How is this possible? Is this your ability to kill me? Yi Xian sneered, his right hand flashing quickly. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Dozens of stars condensed from Jindan essence shot out like arrows from a bow. "Don't underestimate me," Xianxia shouted. He actually shot down all the stars. This strength made Yi Xian look at him in a new light. However, from the beginning until now, Xianxia had been at a disadvantage and was passively taking a beating. Yi Xian did not want to drag this out. Things could change if he delayed, so it was better to end this quickly. Crack! The 8 desolate sword in his hand suddenly broke, splitting into 8 floating blades. At this time, he had already rushed in front of Xianxia. 8 desolate wind-killing formation. Yi Xian activated the Jindan essence in his body, and the 8 blades began to spin at high speed. They were so fast that even he could not see them clearly. So fast, how can he be so fast? Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly used a defensive martial art, a middle-grade earth-level martial art. At the same time, he quickly retreated. His speed was at most faster than Yi Xian's running speed with his Jindan essence. If Yi Xian used a movement martial art, he would not be able to escape. The Sky Yuan sect is indeed the Sky Yuan sect. Although I want to learn all kinds of mid-grade martial arts, I can't use them in front of outsiders. So, please die. Yi Xian quickly approached and threw out a palm strike. Mid-grade earth-level martial art, red flame palm. A giant flaming palm directly broke through Xianxia's defense and sent him flying at the same time. However, as he was sent flying, Yi Xian controlled the 8 desolate swords and attacked. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, sky break. The 8 desolates arranged themselves into a drill bit and directly penetrated Xianxia's chest, creating a palm-sized bloody hole in his chest. End of chapter. Chapter 239. Xianxia's heart had been crushed into pieces. He had died in an instant. A late mortal core warrior had fallen. The Crimson Flame Palm was obtained by Yi Xian after he merged with the high-rank Fist Emperor bloodline. As for this 8 desolate wind formation, it didn't just rotate at high speed according to its trajectory. One of its moves was the Heavenly Charge, and the other was the 8 desolate shield, a defensive formation. But these 2 moves consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian had just restored his core energy to its peak, but now, there wasn't much core energy left in his body. Plop! Xianxia's body fell onto the floor. His face was filled with shock. Yi Xian had taken advantage of his shock to kill him. The 4th ranked on the Heavenly Yuan ranking is just SOSO. Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind. But he also knew that the reason he was able to kill Xianxia so quickly was because of the 8 desolate sword. If he didn't have the 8 desolate sword, he would have to fight a tough battle, and then use his advantage in physique to kill Shihang. He walked over and put away Shihang's storage ring. Then he put away the corpse. After that, he took out a core energy recovery pill and used it to help his myriad flower bloodline recover his core energy. Soon, he would be able to return to his peak. Let me see how much wealth you have as the 4th ranked on the Heavenly Yuan ranking. Yi Xian checked Shihang's storage ring with his divine sense. 3 giant puppets' corpses, a few dozen smaller puppets' corpses, 5 earth weapons. There's even a mid-rank earth weapon. Why didn't he use it? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 corpses were worth around 30 billion devouring points, the 5 earth weapons were worth around 10 billion, and the mid-rank earth weapon was worth at least 30 billion. Including those materials, there was at least a few 100 billion devouring points. Just now, after Yi Xian devoured all those materials, his devouring points had broken through to the 200 billion mark. At the same time, he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. But the items in Shihang's storage ring were more than enough. So, he decided to devour all the useless items. He only kept the weapons, materials, and some pills, as he might be able to use them in the future. 300 billion devouring points, don't you think this 0 is a bit too much? If I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'm sure I'll get more than 1 trillion. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Suddenly, he glanced at the bloodline column and turned pale with fright. All those uncountable zeros are gone. Instead, it was replaced by something called the devouring crystal. So that's how it is. 1 trillion devour points is 1 devour crystal? That's simple. I won't have to deal with so many zeros in the future. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Now that he had 300 billion devour points, he could buy almost everything at the current level. Right at this moment. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the passage. Yi Xian was startled. He realized that this was not the sound of a giant puppet fighting. Instead, it sounded like a giant gear turning. At that moment, a thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Could there be some kind of mechanism in this cave? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw one of the murals around him suddenly shatter and open up a new passage. Go down. Yi Xian frowned. He estimated the height. The height of the palace was about the same as the height of the cliff, so he guessed that there was no 2nd floor. But he did not expect that the 2nd floor was below the cave. This Hui Yang is not only a master refiner, but also a master mechanism. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Then he went in. The 1st floor must have some small things. The real good stuff must be on the 2nd floor. The passage leading to the 2nd floor was very dark. Yi Xian exchanged for some small firefly puppets to light up the path ahead. This way, he would not have to worry about a sneak attack. The passage leading to the 2nd floor was very long and winding. Yi Xian walked for more than 10 minutes before he saw light. I'm finally out. Yi Xian went through the door and came to a very spacious place. The floor was made of gold and jade. The surrounding walls were inlaid with countless gemstones, illuminating the surroundings. He walked in and saw people coming out from other entrances. There were people from the Sky Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a shout. He turned his head and saw Jiang Yu running towards him. Senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he glanced over and saw many disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion running towards them. What's going on? Why are we all gathered together? Jiang Yu ran closer and asked in shock. I'm not very sure. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, people came out from other entrances, including Jiang Yu's brother, Jiang Lu, Shaoan, and Xen Fei. Soon, the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion gathered together. On the other side, the Sky Yuan sect also did the same. However, they obviously had more people than Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, there were already 30 people gathered. 15 people. I remember that 4 of our 4 mansions came. Who else is there? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. It's Wu Shan. Junior brother Wu Shan is not here. A disciple from the profound department answered. At the mention of this name, Jiang Lu also glanced at Yi Xian and said, Junior brother Wu Shan is dead. All of us are here. What? Big brother, what's going on? Jiang Yu asked in shock. He wasn't surprised because of Wu Shan's death, but because Jiang Lu knew about it. Let's talk about this later. Jiang Lu helplessly shook his head. Rumble. Rumble. Right after Jiang Lu finished speaking, a series of rumbling noises resounded. Everyone turned around and found that the entrance they came from was closed. Jiang Yu was startled and hurriedly unleashed a slash. However, this slash had no effect on these doors. His dantian instantly disintegrated upon contact. What a tough door. Jiang Yu was aghast. Yi Xian frowned and observed for a moment before speaking. This door's material is not ordinary and has a defensive formation. Not only that, the stone walls around it are the same. What? Hearing this, the 14 people present were shocked. They subconsciously attacked the door, but it was useless. One had to know that even an Earthcore warrior would have to retreat when facing the combined attacks of all of them. Looks like we're in trouble. Everyone thought in their hearts. Yi Xian also felt that this door was not ordinary, but he didn't know if Tian Chong could break this door open. But first, he had to take a look at where this place was. He looked around. Other than the Sky Yuan sect disciples not far away, there was only one thing left. In front of the stone wall in the north, there was a huge stone statue. When everyone's eyes fell on this stone statue, they couldn't help but exclaim. End of chapter. Chapter 240. Isn't this the stone statue at the entrance of the cave? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Yi Xian looked at it carefully. This stone statue was very similar to the one at the entrance, but there was something else in front of this stone statue. It was a bronze-colored greatsword in its right hand. The stone statue was over 30 meters tall, and its weapon was over 20 meters tall as well. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was definitely something good. However, right at this moment, the tightly shut eyes of Hui Yang's stone statue suddenly opened. Fuck! Yi Xian was shocked, and not only that, all the other men were so shocked that they started cursing out loud. Everyone! Another loud noise sounded out, and everyone was startled. The stone statue was talking, and it was even raising the greatsword in its hand. Be careful everyone, this stone statue can move. Someone immediately reminded everyone. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Did I need you to remind me? Everyone, I am Hui Yang, the owner of this cave. Don't be surprised when you hear this, I will be dead. This is just a voice recording stone that I recorded beforehand. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Now, I have a test here, and as long as you can pass it, you will be rewarded with a great opportunity. Now, I'm sure the entrance you came from is closed. I have set up defensive formations around the entrance and walls, and even a heavenly core warrior will need some time to break through them. I, Hui Yang, am a weapon craftsman, and at the same time, a formation master. If you haven't broken through to the heavenly core realm, I suggest you give up on breaking through the entrance. Let's cut to the chase. There is a stone statue of mine here, and what you need to do is destroy this stone statue. Once you destroy this stone statue, you will be able to obtain the celestial green stone inside it. That's right, it is the celestial green stone, a necessary material for crafting heavenly items. I found this celestial green stone by chance, but my abilities are limited, so I can't craft heavenly items. As long as someone destroys this stone statue, they will be able to obtain this celestial green stone. At the same time, a tunnel will open up behind me, and the cave will collapse. Even a heavenly core warrior will be crushed by this giant rock and die. In 1 minute, the stone statue will activate, and it will chase after the person closest to it. This stone statue of mine is also a gate. Unless you are a heavenly core warrior, it will be impossible to destroy it. At the same time, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. But when I was crafting this stone statue, there were 6 flaws. As long as you find them in order, you will be able to destroy them. Remember, follow the order. Every 10 minutes this stone statue moves, it will stop for 10 minutes. If you want to destroy this stone statue, you have to do it while it is still moving. When it is still, there are no flaws. When these voices fell into everyone's ears, it made them boil with excitement. celestial green stone. It was actually a celestial green stone. This was an essential material for crafting heavenly items. This celestial green stone was equivalent to the entire cave's wealth. If they dropped it, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future, and breaking through to the heavenly core realm was just around the corner. Heavenly core realm. This was a realm that many people yearned for. After all, none of the overlord sects in the 4 major regions had a heavenly core warrior, and they had only heard about it in the central province. What should we do? We only have 1 minute left. The disciples from the soaring heaven mansion were panicking. Not only that, all the disciples from the heavenly Yuan sect were panicking as well. The stone statue was comparable to an earth core warrior, and even a heavenly core warrior would have a hard time breaking it. Unless they could find the flaws, and they had to follow the order of the flaws, it would be extremely difficult. Right at this moment, a disciple from the heavenly Yuan sect walked out and shouted, "Everyone from the soaring heaven mansion, when the stone statue activates, we will attack it together and find its flaws. If not, we will all die here." Bullshit, do we need you to tell us that? A disciple from the soaring heaven mansion said unhappily. What did you say? A disciple from the heavenly Yuan sect immediately walked out as well. Right now, they were facing a powerful enemy, and everyone's hearts were heavy. If they weren't careful, they might die here. That's why they were venting their anger. Stop arguing. A young man from the heavenly Yuan sect walked out and said, "I'm Wang Chuanshan, ranked 3rd on the heavenly Yuan ranking. I broke through to the earth core realm a while ago. When the stone statue activates, I will be able to hold it back. At that time, all of you will look for its flaws together." Hearing this, all the disciples from the soaring heaven mansion were shocked. Earth core warrior, the heavenly Yuan sect had sent out an earth core warrior this time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. But luckily, they had an earth core warrior, or else who would dare to attract the stone statue's attention? Alright, we'll have to trouble you then. Jiang Lu immediately shouted out as well. Half of the time had passed, and they used the remaining time to get into position. As for Wang Chuanshan, he ran in front of the stone statue. Just now, Hui Yang had said that the stone statue would kill the person closest to it. Therefore, when the stone statue activated, Wang Chuanshan's aggro would be the highest. There was only 1 minute left, and the dozens of people present did not have the time to discuss their strategy, so this was the only thing they could do. 5 more seconds. A disciple who was good at mental calculation shouted out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rumble. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue also let out a rumbling sound. Then, it started to take a big step forward. This step was at least 10 meters long. The stone statue has activated, everyone attack. Wang Chuanshan shouted and immediately started to attack. Flaw, since there was a flaw, they still had a chance to survive. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out an earth tool bow. He was also trapped here, so he had to act. Someone must have touched the mechanism. When the sect leader was investigating this cave, he definitely didn't notice it. This is going to be a scam. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He drew his bow and shot, but his first arrow actually missed. It was not because he did not aim properly, but because Hui Yang's stone statue was too fast. What? Wang Chuanshan was also shocked. He quickly turned around and ran. Earth core realm, it really was an earth core realm. Luckily, he had a mid-earth realm movement skill, so he was able to open up a distance in an instant. He also did not forget the rule that Hui Yang had mentioned before, which was to kill the person closest to him. Therefore, he did not dare to run too fast and could only maintain his speed. Swoosh! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of attacks landed on the stone statue, but these attacks had no effect on the stone statue. End of chapter. Chapter 241. Don't attack the same spot. Spread out your attacks and find the flaw. Someone reminded. Every second, hundreds of attacks would land on the stone statue puppet. However, the stone statue did not move at all. It directly passed between the soaring heaven mansion and the Sky Yuan sect's group and chased after Wang Chuanshan. Bang! The giant sword in the stone statue's right hand slashed down. A loud sound reverberated in the enclosed space, irritating everyone's eardrums. When Wang Chuanshan saw the power of the sword, his body trembled. He began to regret volunteering in the beginning. However, he could easily deal with such a crisis as long as he had enough Jindan origin energy in his body. In the first minute, everyone stood in place and attacked while Wang Chuanshan ran back and forth. It was the same in the second minute. However, in the third minute, Wang Chuanshan was out of breath. He was out of breath and had less than half of the Jindan origin energy left in his body. What was worse was that no one present had found the flaw. In other words, they had wasted a lot of energy and Jindan origin energy in the past 3 minutes. In the fourth minute, Wang Chuanshan made a decision in his heart. He would not be the bait anymore. He only had 1/3 of the Jindan origin energy left in his body. If he continued, he would be the first to die. Therefore, he could only blame others. "Don't blame me for being heartless," Wang Chuanshan said in his heart. Suddenly, he rushed toward the Soaring Heaven Mansions group. Not good. Seeing this, the faces of the 15 people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion changed. They immediately scattered, including Yi Xian. Wang Chuanshan gritted his teeth and rushed toward a Huang Mansion's disciple. Then, his body flashed and he passed by him. "Junior brother Chang." Someone shouted. However, in the next moment, the person's expression froze. He saw that the Huang Mansion's disciple was cut in half by the giant sword. He died a horrible death. The first victim was finally born. If there was one, there would be two. After the stone statue killed this person, it chased after the nearest disciple. This disciple was also from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "No, don't chase after me. Go after someone else," the disciple shouted a few times, but he could not avoid the giant sword. The attack was also cut in half. Now that Wang Chuanshan was out of danger, he shouted, "You bunch of trash, you still can't find an opening after attacking for so long." This meant that he was going to do it himself. The stone statue was chasing after the person closest to it. Coincidentally, the stone statue's target this time was Jiang Yu, who had just broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Not good. Jiang Yu, who was frantically running away, turned his head and saw that the stone statue was looking at him. He immediately ran forward with all his might, trying to put some distance between him and the stone statue. However, the stone statue had already locked onto him and chased after him. Jiang Yu was only at the initial mortal core realm, so of course he couldn't escape from this stone statue that was as strong as an earth core warrior. It quickly caught up with him. "Second brother." Seeing this, Jiang Lu hurriedly shouted and used his special skill on the stone statue. However, his attack still had no effect. Not even a splash could be seen. Huff huff. The stone statue raised its right arm and slashed down with its sword. The speed of this attack was faster than Jiang Yu could react. "I'm finished." A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. With his ability, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The sword was getting closer and closer. But just as Jiang Yu was about to be cut in half, a white light suddenly appeared. After that, the stone statue's sword suddenly stopped in midair. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and everyone was startled. They focused their gazes, and they were shocked to see another giant sword. However, this giant sword was not quite the same as the stone statue. This was a phantom formed by the condensation of Jindan essence. But, because this giant sword had blocked the stone statue's attack, Jiang Yu didn't die from the attack. Who was it? Everyone looked towards the direction of the giant sword. They saw a young man holding the sword, and he was wearing the uniform of the heavenly abode in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "Yi Xian." Jiang Yu was startled, then he shouted out in surprise. That's right, this young man was Yi Xian. And the move he was using now was the heaven-shaking strike of desolation that he had just learned. "Senior brother, run." Yi Xian gritted his teeth and spat out a few words with difficulty. At this moment, he was using all his strength. His muscles were stretched to the limit. His hands were trembling slightly as he held the heaven-shaking strike of desolation. The stone statue's strength had exceeded his expectations. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Yu also reacted and turned to run. But after running for a while, he realized that if he ran, wouldn't Yi Xian become the stone statue's target? He turned his head in shock, just in time to see Yi Xian's large sword image being slashed to the point of collapse. At the same time, Yi Xian also shot over like an arrow, directly circling behind the stone statue. Flaws. 6 flaws. If he couldn't find these 6 flaws, everyone here would definitely die, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This stone statue must be supported by a formation, and the flaws of the stone statue were actually the flaws of the formation. Yi Xian also had the bloodline of a master of formation breaking. He had to get close to the statue in order to find these flaws. Although the stone statue was comparable to an earth core warrior, Yi Xian had all sorts of bloodlines, and he had incredible speed and recovery ability. He had witnessed the stone statue's speed just now. He had a feeling that as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to hold on for the first 10 minutes. Bang! The stone statue turned around and slashed at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dodged it again. The combination of the 10,000 Beasts bloodline and the Thunderclap Panther bloodline allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass an ordinary late mortal core warrior. If he were to use a movement skill as well, he might be even faster than Wang Chuanshan. Most importantly, this wasn't a test of explosive strength, it was a test of endurance. While the stone statue was still attacking, Yi Xian swallowed another pill that could quickly recover his core energy, then he continued dodging the stone statue's attacks. All the spectators were stunned by what they saw. Who is this guy? Is he an Earth Core warrior from the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Impossible, there is only one Earth Core warrior in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and that is the chief of the Divine Continent Alliance. But I heard that the chief went to the Central Province and hasn't returned yet. I'm sure he just broke through. No, this guy didn't rely on a movement skill, it's his strong physique. He was able to block the sword just now. How strong is his physique? All the spectators were so shocked that they forgot to attack. Not only that, all the fellow disciples from the Soaring Heaven Mansion were shocked as well. Yi Xian's strength has increased again. This speed is not something I can catch up with. Jiang Lu murmured to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, "Everyone, attack now. Find the flaws, don't let Yi Xian waste his energy." End of chapter. Chapter 242. Everyone hurry up and attack. Find the flaw, don't let Yi Xian waste his energy. Hearing this, the people present immediately reacted and launched another attack. Right now, only Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan had the ability to attract the stone statue's aggro. If Yi Xian died, all of them would be wiped out. Yi Xian was able to maintain his speed, but his stamina and core energy were still decreasing. He had no idea how many minutes he could last. But he would try his best. After all, this was related to his life and death. The 7th minute had passed. The 8th minute had passed. When the 8th minute arrived, Yi Xian couldn't make ends meet. He had used the heavenly break to kill Shihang, so when he came back, he had only recovered half of his core energy. Most importantly, he had been constantly moving around and didn't have the time to absorb the pills. That was why his recovery was so slow. The 9th minute arrived. Yi Xian had also endured with great difficulty. But he still couldn't find the flaw on the stone statue, and neither could anyone else. In another minute, the stone statue would stop moving, and at that time, the flaw would disappear. This meant that all of their efforts in the past 10 minutes would be in vain. However, right at this moment, a feeling suddenly surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. He immediately focused his gaze on her. "I found it." With his eyes wide open, he shouted out, "I found the flaw. It's 2 meters below the left joint of the stone statue." This shout entered the ears of the crowd, causing them to be startled. Flaw? The rest of the people didn't care about anything else, they just chose to believe him. They started attacking the spot Yi Xian pointed out. That spot had been attacked before, and it was slightly sunken compared to the rest of the stone statue. Because of this, Yi Xian was able to sense it. That spot was indeed the first flaw, but because it was covered by a layer of stone armor, no one else had discovered it. In an instant, dozens of divine core warriors circled behind the stone statue, then they started attacking its left hand. Crack! Crack! A series of cracking sounds were heard, causing everyone's emotions to skyrocket. "It's broken, it's broken. That's the flaw, everyone attack. We finally found the flaw." Quick, time's up. Damn it. Break it. Everyone became excited, and they started attacking crazily. But this stone armor was extremely hard. Dozens of divine core warriors had been attacking it for a long time, but they still couldn't break it. Left with no other choice, Yi Xian had to attack. Swoosh! Yi Xian suddenly flashed to the bottom of the stone statue, then took out his earth-ranked bow and shot an arrow. Mid-rank earth-rank's fire dragon arrow. The moment Yi Xian released his right hand, a long flame snake condensed from Dan essence shot out and accurately collided with the stone armor. Crack! The stone was already on the verge of shattering, and Yi Xe, Shuez, and the stone. Countless rocks fell, and everyone saw the array patterns under the stone armor. Once again, the attack was launched. Crack! The stone statue suddenly stopped moving. After that, a layer of energy appeared on the surface of the formation. It was the same as the layer of energy that covered the entire area. When the dozens of attacks landed on this layer of energy, they all disappeared. Not good, time's up. Yi Xian immediately reacted. 10 minutes had passed. The stone statue maintained its chopping motion and stood there like a stone statue. All the other men had stopped attacking as well. This layer of energy was definitely a defensive formation, and it wasn't something they could break. Although it was a pity, at least they had found a flaw and weren't at a loss of what to do. Everyone hurry up and recover. The stone statue is going to attack again in 10 minutes. Jiang Lu shouted out loudly. Without hesitation, everyone sat down with their legs crossed and started recovering their core energy. During the first 10 minutes, although Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were the bait, the rest of the men were constantly attacking, and they didn't have much core energy left in their bodies. If they didn't recover as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to last for the second 10 minutes. Yi Xian hurriedly sat down as well. This time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He quickly took out some pills from his devouring space and threw them to the others. Everyone, use these pills to recover, Yi Xian shouted. These pills were much more valuable than the ones outside, and their effects were also very good. The disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion swallowed them without hesitation. After that, he felt the Dan essence in his body recovering rapidly. Immediately, he revealed a look of surprise. Yi Xian wasn't stingy either. He also threw a lot of pills to the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he had a conflict with the Heavenly Yuan sect before, it had been resolved. Moreover, they were now on the same side. Yi Xian still had to rely on the others to find a flaw. Amazing! What kind of pill is this? My recovery speed is 3 times faster than before. Heavens, this kid has such a divine pill, and he's even willing to share it with us. He's such a good person. Tisk Tsk, senior brother Wang only lasted 3 minutes. He alone lasted 7 minutes. Tsk. Although this disciple didn't finish his sentence, the people around him nodded silently. In their hearts, Yi Xian was much more useful than Wang Chuanshan, an Earth Core Realm cultivator who could only last 3 minutes. How embarrassing! Wang Chuanshan, who was recovering at the side, glared at the people around him. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian. However, he didn't say anything. It was more important to recover his core energy and stamina. He would deal with this after the crisis was over. The 10 minutes of rest was about to pass. At the 9th minute, the remaining people gathered at the back left of the stone statue. When the time was up, they would begin to attack the flaw. Yi Xian had also arrived in front of the stone statue. After recovering for a while, his expression had returned to normal. The pill he took just now was different from the others. One pill was worth 10 billion devouring points. This pill instantly recovered 30% of Yi Xian's core energy, and it could still be recovered slowly. At this time, Yi Xian's core energy was more than half gone. It wouldn't be a problem for him to last another 10 minutes. Counting down to 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. One of the disciples shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue began to move. The sword that hadn't struck down just now directly struck the ground. At the same time, the defensive formation disappeared. The people below began to attack, and all of them attacked the flaw on the left hand of the stone statue. After the stone armor was destroyed, It became extremely fragile. In less than 2 rounds, it exploded with a loud boom. Then, half of the stone statue's arm fell to the ground. Success, success, we have successfully destroyed the first flaw. There's a sequence to the flaws. Quick, find the second one. The arm, it must be the right arm. Everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 243. No one knew who started yelling, but it led everyone to attack the right arm of the stone statue. But they couldn't be blamed for this. The giant sword of the stone statue had scared them. If they could destroy the right arm, the threat of this stone statue would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian didn't stop them. He dodged the stone statue's attack, then he dodged to the left arm of the stone statue. What? A ceiling formation? I can't devour it? He was shocked. The material of this stone statue was obviously not ordinary, and it was definitely worth a lot of money. But too bad, there was a ceiling formation and it was a very advanced one. If it was a normal ceiling formation, he could easily destroy it. But this Hui Yang was an expert in formations, and Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to destroy it. Besides, time didn't allow for it. Therefore, he had to give up. Fuck, I've lost so much. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He had acted as bait and ran around while risking being cut in half, but he didn't get anything. Instead, he had lost a lot of pills. Therefore, he was very angry. Crack. Right at this moment, a subtle sound entered Yi Xian's ears. Flaw. Another flaw. Yi Xian quickly raised his head and looked. Sure enough, he found a strange spot. But this flaw wasn't on the arm. He immediately shouted, "The second flaw is at the center of the back of the hand." Hearing this, everyone once again boiled with excitement. The center of the back of the hand, this was a pretty good spot. As long as they destroyed this second flaw, perhaps the giant sword would fall from the statue? But there was another problem. This stone statue was attacking with the giant sword, and its attack speed was very fast. Therefore, it was very difficult for its attack to land on the back of the right hand. This stage took a lot of time. Those who had just broken through to the mortal core realm had almost used up all their core energies. 5 minutes later, with a loud rumbling sound, the stone statue's wrist suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Ha! It's finally down. Everyone's face lit up with joy. Without the giant sword, the stone statue's threat was greatly reduced. It could only attack with its feet and arms. Then, someone found the third flaw, which was on the joint of the right arm of the statue. However, due to the lack of Jindan essence in his body, he was unable to overcome this weakness. He could only leave it for next time. It was a 10-minute break. Yi Xian hurriedly recovered his Jindan essence and stamina. The others did the same. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover before the break was over. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yi Xian started to attract the stone statue's aggro again. The others started to attack the third weak point. In less than 3 minutes, the stone statue's arm fell off. Now, its only means of attack were its legs. Once it used its legs to attack, the pressure on Yi Xian was instantly reduced, and he became more at ease. Another 10 minutes passed, and the statue's right leg was broken. It began to wobble as it walked, but it was no longer a threat. Next was his left calf. Now, he had already destroyed 5 of the flaws. Only 1 was left. At this time, there weren't many people who still had energy left. The stone statue's threat was also greatly reduced. Most of the people present should be able to avoid the stone statue's attack. But now, everyone was silent. They no longer looked for flaws, but gathered together. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. It was time to settle the score. Wang Chuanshan, why did you lure the stone statue to my soaring heaven mansion? What was the meaning of this? The leader of the soaring heaven mansion, Jiang Lu, walked out and asked coldly. I volunteered to be the bait, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to sacrifice myself. If I don't lure it to your side, do you expect me to lure it to my Sky Yuan sect? Wang Chuanshan explained. He believed that no matter who it was, they would lure the stone statue to the other side. This was human nature. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly walked out and said, "Then why didn't you tell me in advance and let me take over? Are you kidding me? Your soaring heaven mansion's eldest senior disciple isn't here, and you don't even have an earth core warrior. How would I know you have the ability to lure the stone statue away? Wang Chuanjun glanced at the stone statue with all 4 broken limbs not far away. Right now, that stone statue was being lured by a Sky Yuan sect disciple who was at the initial mortal core realm. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Now, this stone statue only has one flaw left. As long as we destroy this stone statue, we'll be able to get the heavenly blue. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. Let's talk about how we're going to split it. Jiang Lu said loudly. When the heavenly blue was mentioned, Wang Chuanjuan's eyes turned cold. He shouted, "Alright, how do you want to split it?" Jiang Lu glanced at Yi Xian, whose face was pale and on the verge of collapsing. He slowly said, "Let me analyze this. Firstly, besides the 3 minutes you spent at the beginning, Yi Xian was risking his life to attract the stone statue's attention. Secondly, if it wasn't for the pills Yi Xian gave you, all of your core energies would have been used up long ago. I'm afraid all of you wouldn't be as useful as all of us. Thirdly, you, Wang Chuanshan, lured the stone statue here, causing 2 of our disciples to be killed by it. Fourthly, it was Yi Xian who discovered all the flaws in the stone statue. Therefore, I think all of you should at most take 20% of the heavenly blue." When Jiang Lu's voice fell, Wang Chuanshan's face immediately changed. He shouted, "Bullshit. If it weren't for me, even if you were given 20 minutes, you still wouldn't be able to destroy a single weak point. I want 50% of the heavenly blue." 50%? That's an even split. Although the Sky Yuan sect had twice the number of disciples compared to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, according to Jiang Lu, they weren't that useful. After Wang Chuanshan spoke, the disciples behind him looked at each other, then they lowered their heads in shame. They weren't fools. The fact that the Soaring Heaven Mansion was willing to give them 20% was already giving them a lot of face. If they really wanted to calculate, they would only get 10%. However, Wang Chuanshan was asking for 50%. He was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was too thick-skinned. What a joke! How can your contribution be worth 50%? Jiang Lu almost died of anger. He was already very kind to give them 20%, but Wang Chuanshan still wanted 50%. This was simply wishful thinking. "Senior brother, At this time, one of the Sky Yuan sect's disciples suddenly whispered. "Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak." Wang Chuanshan didn't wait for him to finish and directly reprimanded him. He had clearly heard the group's whispers just now. The disciple shrunk his neck and hurriedly retreated, not daring to speak anymore. Who was Wang Chuanshan? He was the expert ranked 3rd on the Sky Yuan ranking, and he was also the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect's sect master. They didn't dare to offend him. End of chapter. Chapter 244. How overbearing. Wang Chuanshan, it seems like you think you can defeat us? Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? You bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Earth core realm dare to compete with me? Wang Chuanshan was already blinded by the celestial blue stone. If he could, he would definitely choose to take it for himself. Although you have a lot of people, how many of you can fight? Jiang Lu couldn't help but ask. Just now, when Yi Xian gave out the pills, he had also been careful and gave a lot of them to the senior brothers of the Soaring Sky Mansion. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, they were barely enough. Most importantly, Yi Xian's strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Jiang Lu's, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Then you can try. Wang Chuanshan actually also noticed this, but there were still more than 30 people standing behind him. On the other hand, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 15 people. Now that 2 of them had died, there were only 3 left. The numbers were completely out of proportion, and Wang Chuanshan himself was an Earth Core Realm warrior, so he had no reason to be afraid. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Lu was already prepared to fight to the death, and this was also the intention of the other disciples. Alright, let's rely on our own abilities. Wang Chuanshan's eyes flashed. If they were to rely on their own abilities, who here was stronger than him? In his eyes, Yi Xian was only a faster person. If they really fought, he was nothing to be afraid of. If that's the case, then let's work together to find the 6th flaw. After Jiang Lu said this, he led the other disciples and rushed over. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly gave each of them a pill, the one that was worth 10 billion devour points. A total of 16 people entered the cave. Wu Shan from the Profound Department died, and because of Wang Chuanshan, 2 more died. Now, excluding Yi Xian, there were still 12 people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, Yi Xian used 120 billion devour points in one go. No one noticed that his hand was trembling when he gave out the pills, which was a sign of pain. Although his action was very subtle, it was still noticed by Wang Chuanshan. The latter furrowed his brows and his eyes flickered. The stone statue didn't pose much of a threat right now. An initial mortal core warrior could easily play around with it. But at this stage, both Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect had started to be cautious. They had started to conserve their core energies. Physical strength, because they didn't know if there would be a big battle coming up. The 6th weakness on the back. Ants, that's why. That's why he directly pointed. He. And. Earlier on, everyone had already discovered that there was a large door at the bottom of the stone wall that the stone statue was facing. It was most likely the exit. Right now, most of the people were facing the back of the stone statue. Their backs were facing the door. The people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion had secretly discussed. Once the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian would be the one to snatch it. As for the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect, it would be the Earth Core warrior, Wang Chuanshan. Crack. A cracking sound could be heard from the back of the stone statue. A piece of the stone armor was cracked. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. The heavenly blue rock. The heavenly blue rock was about to appear. The heavenly blue rock that even heavenly core warriors would go crazy for. Right now, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were ready to snatch it. Yi Xian's nerves were tense to the extreme. This thing was too important to him. As long as he could get his hands on the heavenly blue rock, he would be able to devour it. At that time, he would at least break through to the Earth Core realm. He might even break through to the early Earth Core realm, late Earth Core realm, or even the Heavenly Core realm. This was a huge opportunity, he couldn't miss it. Crack. The back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open. After that, the formation's foundation was destroyed by countless attacks. All 6 flaws were destroyed. Where did it appear? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Hui Yang had told him that the heavenly blue rock was inside the stone statue. Wang Chuanshan was also staring at the stone statue. He didn't dare blink his eyes. Crack. Right at this moment, the back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open, and it split in half. At the same time, a bright green gem came into everyone's sight, and it lit up the walls. Heavens, a fist-sized heavenly blue rock? Jiang Yu was shocked. He knew a thing or two about equipment refining, and according to what he knew, a fingernail-sized heavenly blue rock was enough to make a heavenly item. However, this heavenly blue rock was the size of a fist. Its value was immeasurable. It was enough to buy the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion, or even the entire Heavenly Yuan sect. Everyone went crazy. The moment the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan also made their move. Yi Xian didn't hesitate to use his points to exchange for a mid-grade Earth-level movement technique. He rushed forward at full speed. What? Wang Chuanshan was shocked. He was running at full speed, but he saw Yi Xian's afterimage in front of him. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so fast that even he could only see Yi Xian's afterimage. Wang Chuanshan wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't get the heavenly blue rock immediately, so he could only stop and wait for Yi Xian to come back. After all, there was only one escape route, right? However, what happened next almost dislocated everyone's jaws. Yi Xian was even more furious. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the fist-sized heavenly blue rock, it was suddenly ejected by a mechanism in the stone statue. This speed was even faster than Yi Xian's. F***C. Hui Yang, F***CK your cousin. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He was about to grab the heavenly blue rock, but it was ejected by some mechanism. Heaven and hell were really separated by a single thought. When Wang Chuanshan saw this, he was so happy that he almost died. He hurriedly turned around and gave chase. The two groups of people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were also shocked. By the time they reacted, Wang Chuanshan had already passed them. He directly jumped onto the wall and grabbed the heavenly blue rock. Hand over the heavenly blue rock. Yi Xian was furious. He shouted and chased after him. Rumble! As luck would have it, the door suddenly opened right after the celestial blue stone was ejected. Wang Chuanshan landed on the ground and hurriedly passed through the gap. Yi Xian followed behind Wang Chuanshan and rushed in. The difference in time was about 2 seconds. End of chapter. Chapter 245. After Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan left the cave, the entire cave began to tremble, and dust kept falling from the ceiling. At this moment, Jiang Lu and the others realized that once the stone statue was destroyed, the entire cave would collapse. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Lu shouted in a low voice and hurriedly rushed into the passage. The escape tunnel was very dark and steep. Yi Xian was able to use sound waves to locate his position. But when he was chasing after Wang Chuanshan at full speed, he was shocked to find that Wang Chuanshan was getting further and further away from him. How could this be possible? He must be using some kind of skill to increase his strength. Yi Xian immediately reacted. At this moment, he was a little hesitant, because he also knew this skill, the exploding aperture skill. But this exploding aperture skill had a fatal side effect. After using it, the user's cultivation level would drop, and this effect would last for half a month. Normally, it would be 3 apertures exploding, but there was another type where all 7 apertures exploded. The consequences were very serious, and that was the loss of all cultivation, and the user would have to start from scratch. But now, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Poof! 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 3 muffled sounds could be heard. 3 apertures in Yi Xian's body exploded, and his core energy had also skyrocketed. When he used the exploding aperture skill earlier, he was only at the peak of the true profound realm, and the increase in his strength was huge. But now, he was at the initial mortal core realm, so the increase in his strength was very small. But this was better than nothing, at least it wouldn't cause him to be left behind. 10 seconds later, Yi Xian also rushed out of the darkness and landed on the ground. He quickly turned around and saw a figure 100 meters away. It was Wang Chuanshan. This Wang Chuanshan was thinking the same thing as Yi Xian. He wanted to take the celestial blue rock for himself. Thus, the two of them started a chase. How is this possible? With my speed, why can't I catch up with him? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that Yi Xian must be using a mid-earth rank martial skill, 1 rank higher than the exploding aperture skill. He was very vexed because there were very few martial arts like the exploding aperture technique. The exploding aperture technique was currently the best one that Yi Xian could use. The celestial blue stone was more important to him than anyone else. He could not let Wang Chuanshan leave. F***CKU Yi Xian will fight it out with you. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. There were 4 muffled sounds. Pooh, 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 pooh. The remaining 4 chakras had all been destroyed by him. Now, all 7 of his chakras had been destroyed. As long as this continued, he would lose all of his cultivation and would have to start cultivating from the first grade of the martial path. However, the 7 apertures explosion had increased his speed by at least 30%. Wang Chuanshan, I will kill you. Yi Xian glared and chased after him with all his might. If looks could kill, Wang Chuanshan would have died countless times. However, the heavens did not want Yi Xian to get the celestial blue stone. Just as his chakras were about to explode, a basin-sized green bird suddenly appeared not far away. The green bird approached at lightning speed, then extended its claws and pierced Wang Chuanshan's head. What? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. The scene in front of him was so sudden that even he could not react. When he saw it clearly, the green bird had already grabbed the celestial blue stone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian rushed to within 100 meters of Wang Chuanshan. He immediately took out an earth-grade bow and arrow, then raised his hand and shot an arrow. Mid-earth rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. A huge fire snake shot out, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise by 5 degrees. However, this martial skill was not good at penetrating, so its speed was not fast. The green bird easily dodged it. Beep! It let out a cry, glanced at Yi Xian with its dark green eyes, then turned around and left. Wang Chuanshan's body fell limply to the ground. His head had been pierced through by the green bird's sharp claws. Plop! After seeing Wang Chuanshan's body, Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An Earth Core warrior was killed by that bird. This meant that this bird was at least an Earth Core Xian beast. It might even be an initial Earth Core Xian beast or a profound Earth Core Xian beast. Danger! Yi Xian smelled the scent of danger. However, could he just watch as the celestial blue stone was taken away by that green bird? Impossible! Fight! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and chased after it, not even bothering to look at Wang Chuanshan's body. In the next moment, he realized that the green bird was extremely fast. It was fast, at least much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it escaped from his attack range. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed again. However, it wasn't because of the green bird's speed, it was because there was a canyon in front of him that was at least 200 to 300 meters wide. That green bird had already flown to the sky above the canyon. It's only 300 meters. Watch me jump over it. Yi Xian was also muddle-headed. He swore that he would chase after that hateful green bird even if it cost him his life. Wasn't it just a canyon? With Yi Xian's speed, his 10,000 beasts bloodline, and the jumping ability of the thunderclap leopard, he would definitely be able to jump over it. Go! When Yi Xian was about to reach the edge of the cliff, he had already reached his maximum speed. He accurately rushed to the edge of the cliff and stepped on the edge. However, just as he was about to jump, the green bird in front of him suddenly opened its beak, followed by a sharp sound that made people tremble. Beep! This sound was like a demonic sound. When it entered Yi Xian's ears, it instantly crushed his will. That? This was the last thought in Yi Xian's mind. Then, he fainted and fell into the canyon that was several hundred meters high. Looking at Yi Xian in the middle of the canyon, the green bird shrieked in disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Stupid human, how dare you chase after me?" In its eyes, Yi Xian was definitely going to die after falling into this abyss. If Yi Xian hadn't fused with the 10,000 beasts bloodline, he would probably have fallen into pieces. However, that was not the case now. This canyon was about 300 meters high. Yi Xian had the thunderclap leopard bloodline. When he fell from a high place, regardless of whether he landed on his feet or not, he had the ability to cushion the fall. Plop! A muffled sound echoed in the canyon. Yi Xian fell to the bottom of the canyon, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Just now, Yi Xian had fainted after being sung by the green bird. Now that he had fallen to the bottom of the canyon, he felt that half of his bones were broken. At this moment, he actually still had some consciousness. It was like being woken up by his mother in the morning when he was still a student. He lay there quietly and slowly regained consciousness. However, he felt that he couldn't move. End of chapter. Chapter 246. Damn it, don't tell me my neck is broken or something? Yi Xian was lying on the ground as he muttered in his mind. It didn't matter if he was injured, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. What he was worried about the most was the fist-sized celestial blue stone, and he had lost it. He hated it so much that he wished he could grab that green bird and *CK it. Celestial blue stone. If he could devour that stone that could be used to forge 100 heavenly weapons, he should be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Too bad. But, since it had come to this, there was no point for him to be sad. He could only pray and hope that no spirit beasts or Xian beasts would appear while he was crippled. Right at this moment. My core energy is quickly draining? Is it time? Yi Xian could sense the situation in his body. As his core energy was draining away, his cultivation level was dropping as well. Initial mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm. Half-step origin core realm. Peak of true profound realm. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had suffered a double loss. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken away Wang Chuanshan's storage ring. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian's cultivation level had dropped below the martial Dao realm. In the end, he lost all his cultivation and became a cripple once again. Forget it, I'll heal my injuries first. After thinking about this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and started healing. But he didn't dare fall asleep, as he was worried that some spirit beasts, Xian beasts, or even humans would approach him. He didn't know if his fellow disciples could find him. But he was disappointed. He had been quietly waiting in the valley for 2 hours, but no one came. That Wang Chuanshan was killed by that green bird. I didn't kill him. But those disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect might still fight with my fellow disciples. This is so troublesome, I hope it won't be a fight to the death. Yi Xian was troubled. What he couldn't understand was that Wang Chuanshan's body was right next to the valley, but no one came to investigate. He was so sad. But right at this moment, suddenly, a series of footsteps entered Yi Xian's ears. He was shocked, and he quickly closed his eyes to feel for the sound. People. And there were 3 of them. Oh no, it's a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself. After 2 hours of recovery, his external injuries had healed, but his internal injuries were still recovering, so he was still unable to move. Normally, when people saw him in this state, they would definitely give him another stab and take away his universe ring. This was going to be terrible. Damn it, I still can't move my hands. I'm not going to die here, am I? Yi Xian was very distressed. He regretted chasing after the green bird. He had really suffered a double loss. Now he might even die here. At this moment, the 3 of them were already within 300 meters of him and could almost see him. In such a situation he only had one choice, which was to play dead. Immediately he closed his eyes, hoping that the other party would only take the interspatial ring and not give him another stab. Hey, senior brothers and sisters, there's someone over there. Not long after Yi Xian closed his eyes, a clear voice entered his ears. However, he did not dare to open his eyes. At this moment he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. After the 3 of them discovered him, they quickly approached him. Did you fall from the canyon? You're quite lucky to have picked up an interspatial ring for free. A man's voice sounded. Then Yi Xian felt the interspatial ring on his right hand being taken away. Yi Xian held his breath and forcefully concealed his physical features, so that the other party would think that he was dead. However, his body temperature could not be fooled. You still have body temperature? You're not dead? The man was a little surprised. At this moment, a flirtatious voice sounded. Even if you're not dead, you're probably crippled. Kill him. F***CK, this woman is really ruthless. F***CKU. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He closed his eyes to sense and found that the man had already taken out his long sword and was ready to give him a fatal blow. Yi Xian was also ready to come back to life. Although he couldn't move and had no cultivation, he still had one last trump card. 8 Desolate Wind Formation. The Bahuang sword had fallen down with him, just to the side. If these 3 people really dared to make a move against him, he would devour everything in the swallowing space, and then use the Bahuang wind killing formation to kill these 3 people. He estimated that he would be able to kill at least one of them. It would be enough to activate the 8 Desolate Wind Formation, and it would be more than enough to kill a late mortal core warrior. Just as the man was about to attack, the clear voice sounded again. Senior disciple, I'm already injured to this extent. Just let it go, I beg you, junior disciple sister, you're too kind. If you go out and train in the future, this might get you killed. The man frowned. The young girl didn't refute. She took out a pill and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. Then she channeled her Xian energy into his body, helping him absorb the pill. Junior disciple sister, are you crazy? This is the pill master gave you to save your life, and you're giving it to him? The charming woman was shocked. She pulled out her sword and said, It's not too late, watch me kill him and take out the pill. Senior disciple sister, don't. The young girl blocked in front of the charming woman with her body. Junior disciple sister, move away. That heavenly revitalizing pill is priceless, and you gave it to him. Hurry up and take it out before it's absorbed. The charming woman's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Senior disciple sister, that heavenly revitalizing pill was given to me by Master, so it belongs to me. If junior disciple sister wants to use it to save someone, senior disciple sister, are you going to stop me? The young girl suddenly asked. This question also stunned the charming woman. Indeed, this heavenly fantasy pill belonged to the young girl. She didn't have the right to decide who should use it. But the charming woman's eyes were still filled with killing intent, because she really wanted that heavenly revitalizing pill. Stubborn girl. Although the charming woman was jealous, it didn't belong to her, so she could only snort and say, "Senior disciple brother, let's go." The man didn't say anything, but in the next moment, he suddenly dashed out and picked up a quaint long sword that had fallen on the ground. Then, his eyes lit up, and he quickly kept it in his interspatial ring. "Senior disciple brother, what's in that interspatial ring?" The charming woman chased after him and asked. "I guess it's a disciple from a small family, he's so poor." The man threw Yixian's interspatial ring to her. But what he said was true. There weren't many things in Yixian's interspatial ring, because most of them were stored in the devouring space. But a strange look flashed across the man's eyes. The charming woman took the interspatial ring and took a look. Sure enough, she threw the interspatial ring back. But in the next moment, a strange look flashed across her eyes, just like the man's. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 247. Junior sister, let's go. We haven't found the blue heart grass yet. As the man spoke, he turned his head to look. But then, he said in astonishment, "Junior sister, are you crazy? You gave the heavenly returning pill to this brat, and now you're carrying him. Are you trying to be a good person until the end?" The charming woman turned her head in astonishment and found that the young girl had already carried Yixian on her back. That thin and delicate figure carrying a 1.8-meter tall man on her back was too unnatural. "Senior brother, senior sister, you guys go first," the young girl shouted. "She's really crazy." The man shouted in a low voice and turned to leave, but he didn't dare to actually leave. If something happened to the young girl, he would be punished by his master. The charming woman also frowned. Her junior sister was too kind, and she hated it. The three of them walked for about 2 hours before they finally found their quest, the blue heart grass on the cliff. All right, after running through so many canyons, we finally found the blue heart grass. We can return to the sect and report back. The man heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the sky was already dark. It seemed that they would have to spend the night in the canyon. "Senior brother, there seems to be a cave up ahead." The charming woman pointed in a direction. "Okay, let's rest over there." The man nodded slightly and walked over with the charming woman. The young girl also followed with Yixian on her back. Fortunately, she wasn't an ordinary person, but a cultivator. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to walk for so long with Yixian on her back. The three of them walked in front of a cave. Then, the man said to the young girl, "Junior sister, you stand guard outside. Junior sister Meng and I will go in and take a look, okay?" Hearing this, the young girl's face turned red and she softly replied. The charming woman's lips curled up slightly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She followed the man in. Not long after, her coquettish and panting came out of the cave. Although she deliberately suppressed it, the young girl at the entrance could still hear it. "I knew it. Senior brother and senior sister are doing that kind of shameful thing again." The young girl sat at the entrance of the cave with a red face and muttered softly. She wasn't a child, so she naturally understood some things. After all, this wasn't the first time. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page once. She looked at Yixian lying on the bed and whispered, "I wonder when he'll wake up." 5 minutes later, a man's low shout came from the cave. Then it stopped. But not long after, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from inside, as if there was a battle going on. When the young girl heard this, she hurriedly shouted inside, "Senior brother, what happened inside?" "It's just a spirit beast. Don't come in." The man's voice drifted out. Not long after, he appeared as well. "Senior brothers, are you all right?" The young girl hurriedly stood up and asked, Where's senior sister?" The man slowly walked out, holding a simple and unadorned sword that was stained with blood. He grinned and said, "It's fine. Meng and I is cleaning up inside." The young girl didn't doubt him and said, "Then I'll go help senior sister." Just as she was about to enter the cave, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait, the man said, "Junior sister, I have something to say to you." The young girl looked at him with a surprised expression. Although the sky was dark, she could still see the man suddenly smile. "Junior sister, actually, I've never liked her. Ever since the day you entered my sect, I was captivated by you. Junior sister, from now on, you can follow me." The man said, "Senior brother." The young girl was shocked. She tried to break free, but the man's grip on her wrist was too strong. She couldn't break free. "Don't be like this, junior sister. If you follow me, I'll treat you well in the future. Master said that he'll help me kill a profound beast soon, and I'll be a divine core warrior soon." At that time, before the man could finish his words, the young girl interrupted him. "Senior brother, don't say any more. No, listen to me carefully." The man shouted with a deep voice. The young girl realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted into the cave, Senior sister, come out quickly." However, no matter how much she shouted, there was no reply from inside. Hee, junior sister, stop shouting. Meng and I is actually dead." The man suddenly revealed a strange smile. "Dead?" The young girl was startled for a moment, then she suddenly understood something. "Senior brother, you killed senior sister?" When the man heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, that's right, I killed her, and that's why she found out that the sword in my hand is an earth weapon." "Earth weapon?" The young girl was shocked once again. An earth weapon was extremely precious, and it was impossible for anyone below the divine core realm to own one. This man was only a half-step origin core warrior. How did he get his hands on an earth weapon? You don't know, right? This earth weapon was dropped near this young man. The man waved the 8 desolate sword in his hand. "Senior brother, you were worried that senior sister would steal it from you, so you killed her?" The young girl immediately reacted. "That's right, she noticed it and wanted to share it with me. That's why I killed her." A sinister smile emerged on the man's face as he looked at Yi Xian. This young man didn't have anything in his storage ring, but he did have an earth weapon. "This is out of my expectations. Junior sister, with this earth weapon, I can definitely enter the top 100 of the heavenly origin ranking. As long as I break through, I can at least enter the top 30, and at that time." "Senior brother, you're crazy. How could you kill a fellow disciple for an earth weapon?" The young girl subconsciously took a step back and stepped on Yi Xian's finger. But her right hand was still grabbed by the man. There was no way she could escape. "Junior sister, since things have come to this, I have no other choice. Just obey me, I'll treat you well." The man pulled the young girl into his arms with his left hand, but the young girl struggled free. "Junior sister, don't be so shameless. If you don't obey me, I'll kill this pretty boy you saved first." The man glanced at Yi Xian, who was standing next to him. "Senior brother, you?" The young girl's heart trembled. She knew that if she didn't agree, the man would definitely kill Yi Xian. After all, even her senior sister was dead. "I'll ask you one more time, do you agree?" The man glared at her. "I." The young girl hesitated. She was only at the peak of the true darkness realm. She couldn't stop the man at all. If she resisted, she would definitely be in a miserable state, and Yi Xian would definitely be killed. So she could only nod. "Good, I'll treat you well." The man laughed maniacally in a good mood. He put away the 8 desolate sword and suddenly revealed a wretched expression, saying, "You must have had a great time eavesdropping these past few days. I know you haven't tried, but come, today I'll give you a treat." End of chapter. Chapter 248. The young girl was shocked and hurriedly struck out with her palm, but it was blocked by the man. The man continued to laugh lecherously. "Junior sister, don't show your strength in front of me. Don't resist, or I'll kill that gigolo." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the young girl's shoulder and pulled it hard. In the next moment, the young girl's clothes were torn apart, and her smooth shoulder was exposed to the air. If it wasn't for the night, the man's saliva would have flowed out. "Stop, senior brother, stop or Hi, you'll what?" The man didn't care at all. He was a level higher than the young girl, and the latter wasn't a threat to him at all. However, he liked this kind of feeling. The louder the young girl screamed, the better he felt. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Don't touch her or die." This voice came so suddenly that the man and the young girl trembled in fear. The man immediately let go of the young girl's hands and took out the Bahuang sword. Unfortunately, just as the Bahuang sword was taken out, he heard a cracking sound. The Bahuang sword directly fell out of his hand, and his wrist directly shrunk by a size. The bones in his hand were actually crushed by someone. Ah! The man couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Who is it?" "The person you called Gigolo." The cold voice sounded again. Then the man was sent flying. His chest was shattered, and his heart was directly penetrated by a punch. He died without knowing how. The person who punched through his chest was the one he called a gigolo, Yi Xian. After a few hours of rest, he had recovered a lot. At least he could move now. Fortunately, he had that heavenly recovery pill. Although the effect was much worse than the healing medicine he used before, it still sped up his recovery. "Senior brother." When the young girl saw the man flying away, she quickly ran over, only to find that he was already dead. She immediately looked at the figure not far away and said in shock, "You?" She was so frightened that she could not speak. "Don't worry, you saved my life. I won't hurt you," Yi Xian slowly said as he looked at the young girl whose clothes had been taken off and her shoulders were bare. This young girl looked to be about 15 years old, about the same age as Xianxia. She was very pretty and cute. However, she was too kind. That man almost raped her, and she still ran over. That was already beyond stupid. "Weren't you heavily injured?" the young girl asked in shock. Yi Xian saw that the young girl's body was trembling, so he didn't move. He stood in place and replied, "It's all thanks of your pill, or I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been killed by your senior brothers and sisters." "But you killed senior brother?" The young girl's eyes were already misty, and she was about to cry. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the cave and said, "Is this kind of person worth your sadness? He killed his own junior sister for this earth artifact, then threatened you to obey him. In the end, he wanted to rape you. My eyes hurt just looking at him, so I killed him." The young girl didn't say anything. She carefully thought about it, but in the end, she still cried. She didn't expect such a thing to happen when she came out for a training mission. Yi Xian felt his heart ache and quietly walked over. The young girl was shocked and quickly retreated. "Don't be afraid, I said I won't hurt you. Put on your clothes first," Yi Xian said as he squatted down and took off the man's interspatial ring to check it. "Damn, poor bastard." Hearing this, the young girl took out a robe from her interspatial ring. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's sudden appearance, her entire body would have been. "You're right. Thank you." The young girl thanked him softly. "You saved me and even gave me a life-saving pill. I should be the one thanking you," Yi Xian said as he put away the man's corpse. He also put away the seductive woman's corpse in the cave. Then he said, "I'll keep the corpses so I don't feel annoyed. Those are my senior brother and sister's corpses." "Did you keep them?" the young girl asked curiously. "Don't tell me you want to bring them back to the sect and tell them the truth?" Yi Xian asked. The young girl hesitated. If she returned to the sect, she would tell her master that her senior brother and senior sister had killed each other over an earth tool. In the end, her senior brother had killed her senior sister and even had designs on her. He had wanted to rape her. Then how did she escape? "When you go back, just say that you were separated from them because you ran into a beast tide. That way, whether they live or die has nothing to do with you," Yi Xian directly suggested. The young girl fell silent. "Alright, it's all in the past now. Don't think about it anymore. You're a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, right? What's your name?" Yi Xian asked again. The young girl hesitated again, then she slowly said, "My name is Zhao Fian." "Oh, alright, I understand." Yi Xian nodded and sat down, then he said, "My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I still need some time to recover." After he finished speaking, he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The young girl quietly walked to the side and sat down. She had suffered a huge blow just now, so she needed some time to calm down. But what she didn't realize was that Yi Xian's cultivation was actually much lower than hers. He was only at the mid-true profound realm, and this was with the hidden effect of the myriad flower bloodline. This time, Yi Xian was also in a dangerous situation. He was scared half to death, but luckily it was just a false alarm. He managed to survive. Right now, there weren't many things left in his devouring space. He only had some forging materials left in the cave. These materials weren't enough for him to break through to the mortal core realm, so he decided to just keep them. At the same time, in order to chase after Wang Chuanshan and the emerald bird, he had used up all of his devouring points. Later on, he devoured a little more during the chase, so he still had around 30 billion points left. He was very troubled, because this place was very far away from the Soaring Heaven mansion. It took him half a month to get there using the Soaring Heaven rock. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to run back, it would take him at least 2 months. He didn't know how to fly, so he had to take a lot of detours. Furthermore, he didn't even know if he could make it back alive. There's no other way. I can only rest for a night and recover from my injuries. After that, I'll go and look for senior brothers. But I don't know if they're still here, Yi Xian thought to himself. He started absorbing the pills calmly. He estimated that he would be able to recover to his peak condition by the second half of the night. But right at this moment he suddenly felt Zhao Fian standing up. End of chapter. Chapter 249. Can I leave? Zhao Fian asked softly. When Yi Xian heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" "I want to return to the sect," Zhao Fian said timidly. She was a little afraid of Yi Xian. "It's too dangerous in the middle of the night. Let's wait until tomorrow. I'll send you back," Yi Xian said. Since he had not recovered his strength, he could only borrow a sky thunder eagle from the sky branch to fly back to the soaring sky mansion. He could travel with Zhao Fian. "No, thank you." Zhao Fian hurriedly shook her head and got up to leave. This time, Yi Xian did not stop her and allowed her to leave. However, not long after Zhao Fian left, he got up and followed her. He could feel that Zhao Fian was a little afraid of him, so he could only follow her secretly. This girl, isn't she afraid of encountering a mystical beast? Yi Xian was helpless, but his injuries had healed a lot. Although he was moving, he was actually refining the medicinal energy. It was fine as long as he was not in a battle. Zhao Fian was also moving carefully, but she did not notice Yi Xian, who was following her 100 meters behind. She ran for about half an hour before stopping to rest. Just as she sat down, she heard a voice. It was not from Yi Xian, but from above her. This frightened her so much that she hurriedly stood up and threw a palm at the sky to illuminate her surroundings. Bloodthirsty spider? She could not help but exclaim. Bloodthirsty spiders were spiritual beasts comparable to a half-step origin core cultivator. If there was only one, she could still handle it. However, she saw that there were more than 10 bloodthirsty spiders on the stone wall above her. This was definitely not something she could handle alone. Immediately, she broke into a run. Those bloodthirsty spiders also began to chase after her. Fortunately, she was quite fast and managed to open up a distance between them. However, in the next moment, she stopped in her tracks again because there was a strange sound in front of her. A palm strike pierced through the sky and illuminated her surroundings. Zhao Fian's face was pale, and her entire body went limp on the ground. She saw that there was an even larger bloodthirsty spider in front of her. This was clearly the bloodthirsty spider king, a dark beast. She had probably entered the bloodthirsty spider's lair. "It's over," Yi Zichen muttered under his breath. Zhao Fian was already prepared to die. She watched as the bloodthirsty spider, which was bigger than a cow, approached her and raised its 2 scythe-like front claws. Swish! The bloodthirsty spider king's 2 claws suddenly swung down. Its speed was so fast that it actually produced a sonic boom. Zhao Fian closed her eyes, unwilling to give up. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the bloodthirsty spider king's 2 sharp claws. "Tisk, tiske Xian beasts? You're pretty lucky." Yi Xian laughed loudly. He took out the Bahuang sword and stabbed forward. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Starfall. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Meteor Strike. Bang! A bright light shone, and Zhao Fian suddenly opened her eyes. What she saw was the bloodthirsty Spider King, which could easily cut her in half, suddenly fell to the ground with its claws facing the sky. It was actually dead. Not only that, she also saw a familiar figure in front of her. Wasn't this the man who killed her senior brother just now? After that, she saw Yi Xian take a big step forward and put away the bloodthirsty Spider King's body. Ding! The host has devoured a dark beast's body. The reward is 300 million points. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Although the value of this bloodthirsty Spider King's body wasn't high, it still allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. This was a huge breakthrough, because it meant that Yi Xian would soon break through to the half-step origin core realm, or even the mortal core realm. Concoct the 6 yuan pill. Immediately, Yi Xian used the materials in his devouring space to concoct a 6 yuan pill, then he directly put it into his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, a notification immediately sounded out in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through to the half-step origin core realm. The half-step origin core realm was just one step away from the divine core realm. But don't forget, Yi Xian still had a dark beast's inner core. When he swallowed the Xian beast inner core, all the Xian qi in his body was converted into core essence. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Previously, when he used the exploding aperture skill, the mortal core in his body had exploded. But now, he had formed a new mortal core. The heavens are really helping me, Yi Xian thought to himself. He laughed out loud 3 times. He never thought that he would actually be able to encounter a Xian beast. It was truly a great feeling. But this wasn't the end of their troubles. Because of this, he and Zhao Fian entered a nest of bloodthirsty spiders. Right now, he could sense that there were more than 100 bloodthirsty spiders gathering around them. Fine, I'll take both of you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, then he said, Fian, stay where you are and don't move. He did not wait for Zhao Fian to react. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. After that, a series of explosions sounded out in the surroundings. The bright light from the explosions was like fireworks, and Zhao Fian was stunned by what she saw. Who is he? Zhao Fian thought to herself. Killing the bloodthirsty Spider King, who was a mortal core warrior, in an instant, wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Perhaps there were only a dozen people in the entire Heavenly Yuan sect who could do this. In less than a minute, all the bloodthirsty spiders were chopped in half by Yi Xian, and even their corpses and inner cores were devoured. More than 10 billion devour points, not bad. Yi Xian was satisfied with the result. Although the corpses and inner cores of half-step origin core warriors weren't worth much, there were more than 100 of them here. Alright, all the spiders are gone, don't worry. Yi Xian moved next to Zhao Fian and gently helped her up. Thank you. Zhao Fian said gratefully. She had been saved by Yi Xian before, and now, she was saved again. Therefore, the fear in her heart had disappeared, and was replaced with gratitude. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to walk out of this valley. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, come with me to a place, then I'll send you back to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Yi Xian said slowly. This time, Zhao Fian didn't resist. They left this bloody place and found a place to rest. After that, Yi Xian took out a pill and threw it over to Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian was surprised and asked, What is this? You'll know after you eat it. Just consider it as returning the pill to you. Yi Xian replied casually. No need, thank you. You saved me just now. Zhao Fian shook her head. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time talking nonsense, so he directly threatened her, Don't give it back to me, or else I'll throw you into the Xian beast's nest. His tone was firm, as if he was scaring a child. End of chapter. Chapter 250. The Longevity Spring Tower was brightly lit. Night fell, and the world fell into silence. However, this place was indeed a place of luxury, with bells ringing and cauldrons eating. Knock, knock, knock. Following a series of knocks on the door, Jiang Xiaofan stood up and opened the door of the private room. He smiled at the 2 people outside the door and said, You two are finally here. Yi Hao looked apologetic and said, "The day after tomorrow is the immortal abode. Master Chu Heng gave us some instructions, so we were delayed. Xiaofan, I apologize." It's okay. Come on in," Jiang Xiaofan said, and the two people went in. At this moment, Yi followed behind Yi Hao. He held a wine jar in his hand and raised it to his face. "This is the good wine from our inner tribe's wine cellar. It's incomparably sweet. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." "Oh." Yi Hao and he walked into the room and bowed to Bai Yichen and Long Shi. After greeting the three brothers, Jiang Xiaofan led them to sit down. Everyone was here, and the waiter immediately began to serve the dishes. The dishes in the Sky private room were worlds apart from those in the hall downstairs. Everything here was absolutely delicacies. There was precious 1,000-year-old ginseng stewed with fire chicken, rare spirit herbs stir-fried snow venison, deep-sea ice crab, underground goo rats. There were things that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, swam in the water, and burrowed in the soil. The meat of these demonic beasts was full of spiritual energy. Cooked with various spirit herbs, it was naturally a great supplement. Paired with a cup of mellow old wine, there was probably nothing more beautiful in this world. Bai Yichen and Long Shi sat at the side and ate the dishes. Compared to the delicacies, they seemed to be more interested in the six people's bragging after drinking. Brother Jiang, I heard that although you're in the Earth martial arts realm, you can even fight against a cultivator in the Sky martial arts realm. We're so envious of you for being so young and promising," Yi said with a smile as he stood up and held his wine cup. "No, it's all nonsense. If I'm really that awesome, then I'm in the sky." Jiang Xiaofan waved his hands. Yi Hao patted Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder and said, "After working with you in the Forest of Fasting, I knew that you would come to the imperial capital sooner or later. There's no place for you in the Howling Sky City. Isn't that so? Boss is good at alchemy and crafting, and he's also very strong." Iron Hammer laughed foolishly and ate a pig's leg. Yi nodded. "It's really fortunate for the Imperial Guards to have you, Xiaofan. If you were snatched away by the Imperial Medicine Department or the Imperial Weapon Department, it would definitely be a loss for the Imperial Guards." Hearing everyone's extravagant praise, Jiang Xiaofan's face was red and slightly tipsy. He felt like he was about to float. Although he said no, the thoughts in his heart were written all over his face. After finishing a jar of wine, the six of them were also dizzy. The strong wine in the Yi family was very strong, and they were all defeated by the power of the wine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone leaned back on their chairs and chatted about all sorts of things. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Bang! A loud sound came from outside the house. Jiang Xiaofan frowned slightly. He had already sensed an obvious change in the martial energy in the hall downstairs. Bai Yichen and Long Shi stopped whispering and looked towards the door. Jiang Xiaofan stood up shakily, pushed open the wooden door, and walked to the railing. He lowered his head and looked into the hall. As expected, there was a fight in the hall. "Who do you think you are? You're just a secondary class 8 halberd leader in the East City. How dare you be so arrogant?" A sarcastic voice echoed in the hall. Jiang Xiaofan looked over and realized that it was a man in his 30s. He was dressed in a navy blue robe with a token hanging on his waist. He could vaguely tell that he was from the Ministry of Rights. "Zhou Wu is just a child. Don't you people from the Ministry of Rights have any humanity?" A young man on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth glared angrily at the few people in front of him. "I must seek justice for this matter. I'm not afraid even if I have to enter the capital to meet the Emperor." "You're just a small fry in the East City. Meet the Emperor? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what you're capable of. Beat him up." With the man's roar, the people around him surrounded the man on the ground and started punching and kicking him. Feeling the martial qi wrapped around the man's arms, Jiang Xiaofan knew that these were the attacks of an expert in the earth martial arts realm. If this went on, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. In the imperial capital, not to mention the fact that officials protected each other, there were countless officials who had no respect for the law. Only the imperial guards and the minister of war in the inner city, Chu Heng and Bai Moxing, had strict laws. This rarely happened, but in other departments, this kind of situation basically existed. As long as no one was killed, this was also a kind of experience. Good preparation could be used to turn anger into strength and constantly strengthen oneself. Jiang Xiaofan didn't want to intervene in this matter, but in the end he couldn't stand it anymore. There were two reasons. First, these people were too ruthless. He could see that the shopkeeper didn't dare to stop them and was about to be beaten to death. Second, he knew the man on the ground. It was Lin Song. If he hadn't seen him today, Jiang Xiaofan would have almost forgotten his existence. He was Lin Song, who made everyone tremble with fear at the mention of his name during the martial arts competition in the barracks of the East and West City. After Jiang Xiaofan defeated him, he left the barracks and was transferred to the outer city. It turned out that he was going to be a halberd leader. Jiang Xiaofan had a good impression of Lin Song. At least he had a clear distinction between love and hate. Jiang Xiaofan defeated him and didn't hesitate to give up his weapon to cure him of the poison. Jiang Xiaofan only told him to stop relying on his strength in the barracks and not leave a way out for the West City barracks. The next day he resolutely left the East City barracks. Just this alone made Jiang Xiaofan admire him. Looks like you've eaten a weight and made up your mind. How dare you look at me with such disrespectful eyes? Dig out my eyes and throw them out. The man pointed at Lin Song and scolded. His subordinate was also ruthless. He actually responded and pulled out a dagger to stab Lin Song's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan had already come downstairs. He shouted, "Stop!" His shout made them stop. After all, the high-ranking officials were too lazy to care about this matter, and the low-ranking officials did not dare to interfere. They did not expect someone to interfere. Lin Song turned his head slightly and looked at Jiang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. There was shame and unwillingness. The man looked up and down. This teenager in a long robe was quite unfamiliar. In his impression, there was no such person in the imperial city. I am a fifth-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights. No matter who you are, you'd better not interfere in my business. The man scolded angrily. Fifth-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights? If I remember correctly, you should be Zhao Zhou on a diplomatic mission to East Continent. But did you just come back today? Jiang Xiaofan's tone was calm. As he spoke, he walked to Lin Song's side and tried to help him up. Zhao Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect the person in front of him to know him. Could it be a bureaucrat from the inner city? Fearing that he might have missed something, he thought about the bureaucrat in his mind and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. However, it didn't matter whether he knew him or not. Jiang Xiaofan actually helped Lin Song up in front of him without his permission. He simply didn't take him, the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, seriously. He had been on a diplomatic mission to East Continent by the Emperor's order and had been away for about 3 months. Today, when he returned to the city, he was caught red-handed by a random soldier. Therefore, he flew into a rage and left resentfully after crippling the soldier's legs. He didn't expect that when he arrived at the Longevity Spring Tower to enjoy dinner, Lin Song would come in a hurry to seek justice. In the imperial capital, high officials were justice, and power was the law. Then the previous scene happened. The 5 people around him were all experts in the earth martial arts realm, and Lin Song was nothing to be afraid of. You know that I'm the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, and you still dare to help him in front of me? Do you not want to live anymore? Zhao Zhou shouted. Jiang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he brought a bench and helped Lin Song sit down. He asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" "It's okay. It's just a flesh wound," Lin Song said softly in a weak voice. Upstairs, by Yichen and Long, she stood by the railing and watched what was happening in the hall. Long, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. He dared to be so fierce to my master. I'll kill him. She was about to go downstairs when Bai Yichen grabbed her and said, "Sister don't go. Xiaofan can handle this." Thinking back to the Fulai Inn in Leitian City, this scene was so familiar. Jiang Xiaofan was this kind of person. He hated evil as if it was his enemy. The more arrogant and despotic someone was, the more willing Jiang Xiaofan was to intervene and uphold justice. This was his nature. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? I'll teach you a lesson today. Zhao Zhou was enraged. His eyes were red. Even when he was on a diplomatic mission to the East Continent, the ministers treated him with respect. Few people in the city dared to offend him, let alone Jiang Xiaofan. Buzz. As Zhao Zhou clenched his fists, his martial chi soared instantly. The pressure of the peak of the earth martial arts realm directly pressed down on Jiang Xiaofan. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan was taking out an elixir from a porcelain bottle and handing it to Lin Song. Lin Song's eyes widened when he felt the pressure. He was about to tell Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan gave him a look to calm him down. Yes, he was defeated by Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofan was an imperial guard of the imperial city. Whether it was the pressure or the official pressure, Jiang Xiaofan was not worried at all. Why should he be anxious? The powerful pressure fell on Jiang Xiaofan, but the diners and waiters around him were not worried about Jiang Xiaofan at all. Zhao Zhou had been away for 3 months, so he did not know what was happening in the city. More than a month ago, Jiang Xiaofan became an imperial guard. Moreover, he was personally promoted by His Majesty. No one dared to say anything, but Zhao Zhou and the others were kept in the dark. The pressure fell, but Jiang Xiaofan was not affected at all. Lin Song took the elixir and swallowed it. Immediately, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly. When Zhao Zhou saw the miraculous effects of the elixir, he frowned and asked, "Are you from the Imperial Drug Bureau?" Seeing that Lin Song was recovering, Jiang Xiaofan turned to look at Zhao Zhou. He smiled and said, "Imperial Drug Bureau? I'm not interested. However, you are just a rank 5 official. How dare you attack an imperial guard? Perhaps we have to settle this matter." Chapter 251. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he came up with a plan. "Fian, wait a moment, I need to change my appearance." After saying that, he ran into the forest, changed his clothes, changed his face, and even changed his voice. When he reappeared in front of Zhao Fian, she couldn't recognize him at all. In the devouring system, other than the voice-changing orb, there was also the face-changing mask that could last for 24 hours. The face-changing mask was actually a formation, similar to the Sheng Lu of the sea market. Of course, if he encountered an expert, he would be instantly recognized. "You are?" Zhao Fian looked at the strange yet familiar young man in front of her and couldn't help but ask. "It's me. I used a special method to change my appearance. Now, I'm called Zhao Pan. You just need to say that I'm your friend, and that I saved you on the way back. I want to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to fly back to the central province." Yi Xian said in his own voice. Zhao Fian was shocked. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was frightened. "This is urgent, let's go. Don't reveal my identity." Yi Xian reminded her again. Zhao Fian nodded, then she brought Yi Xian up the mountain. Heavenly Yuan sect, the overlord sect of the southern region. Their overall strength was stronger than Soaring Heaven Mansion. Originally, Yi Xian only needed Zhao Fian to bring a heavenly thunder eagle, but he suddenly remembered that his fiancée, Lin Shui, was also in Heavenly Yuan sect, so he wanted to see what cultivation level Lin Shui had reached. He suddenly remembered that the Heavenly Yuan sect's guardian, Eugene, had said that as long as he came to Heavenly Yuan sect, he would accept him as his disciple. The guardians of Soaring Heaven Mansion were all at the half-step origin core realm, so Yi Xian guessed that the guardians of Heavenly Yuan sect were at most at the early mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm? So what? Yi Xian was also at the mortal core realm. Zhao Fian brought Yi Xian into the inner circle of Heavenly Yuan sect. Along the way, many disciples stared at Yi Xian with strange expressions, as if they knew who Zhao Fian was. Then, they arrived in front of a house. "Big brother Zhao, this is my residence. Please wait here for a while. I'll go find my master," Zhao Fian said. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Xian nodded. As for Lin Shui, wouldn't it be fine to ask Zhao Fian later? After that, Zhao Fian left to report to her master and borrow a sky thunder eagle. The Soaring Firmament Mansion had many soaring firmament great rocks, so many disciples could use them. However, the heavenly thunder eagles were few in number, so not many people could use them. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian go through so much trouble? However, not long after Zhao Fian left, someone came looking for her. It was a youth in his 20s. He wore the uniform of a Heavenly Yuan sect's true disciple. In the Heavenly Yuan sect, as long as one was a guardian or above, they were qualified to accept disciples. The disciples they accepted had a higher status than the inner disciples. They were all true disciples. The Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples they met in the cave were all true disciples. They wore the same uniform as the youth in front of them, so Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The youth entered the house rudely. His eyes fell on Yi Xian as he questioned, "Who are you? Don't you know that you should tell your name first when asking for someone's identity?" Yi Xian sat in front of the stone table and said coldly, "True disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Yang Yifan." The youth said, then asked again, "You're not a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect. How did you get in?" "Fian brought me in. I'm her friend," Yi Xian answered casually. At this moment he understood why Yang Yifan came. He was here for Zhao Fian. Hearing this answer, Yang Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior sister Fian is always in the sect. Why haven't I heard that she has any friends?" "It seems that I'm very familiar with Fian?" Yi Xian asked. Yang Yifan paused, then continued, "Okay, you're Fian's friend. Then why are you in the Heavenly Yuan sect?" It was fine if it was just once or twice, but this Yang Yifan always used a questioning tone to ask questions. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. "Why should I tell you?" Yi Xian's lips curled up. Although he was in the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory, it didn't mean that he had to lower his voice and admit defeat. "How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yang Yifan was furious. In the Heavenly Yuan sect's inner sect, not many people dared to answer him with such a tone. "If you have nothing else, please leave." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. If it weren't for the fact that he had something to do today, he would have beaten Yang Yifan to the ground. Since when could a half-step origin core realm be so arrogant? What a joke! You dare to ask me to leave? Is the Heavenly Yuan sect your home? Do you think you're the young sect master? Yang Yifan said with disdain. His voice was very loud. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside the courtyard, all of them here to watch the show. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. He really didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble would always find him. However, in order to not cause trouble for Zhao Fian, he decided to endure it. He would just treat it as a fly flying around. "Oh, you don't dare to speak anymore? I want to see what ability you have to ask me to leave." As Yang Yifan spoke, he took a big step forward and slapped Yi Xian's shoulder, preparing to throw Yi Xian out of the courtyard. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xian was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all. "Are you massaging my shoulder?" Yi Xian yawned. "Damn it." Yang Yifan's expression changed. He immediately tried to slap Yi Xian's face, but in the next second his hand stopped in midair. This was because a hand had grabbed onto his wrist like an iron clamp. At the same time, he also sensed an aura that was several times stronger than his own. What a powerful core origin. "Are you a divine core warrior?" Yang Yifan hurriedly took a few steps back. Yi Xian didn't bother to answer his question. He wanted Yang Yifan to back off and stop pushing his luck. There was a huge gap between a half-step origin core warrior and a divine core warrior. Yang Yifan knew it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Xian. But he remembered that he was in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and there was someone who could support him. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. A divine core warrior? Good, very good. There is a rule in the Heavenly Yuan sect. Those who aren't sect enforcers or above aren't allowed to bring any divine core warriors into the sect. Junior disciple Fian is just a core disciple. How dare she bring a divine core warrior into the sect? Yang Yifan said coldly. What? Chapter 252. Yi Xian knew that if he continued to stay here, he would only bring more trouble to Zhao Fian. Besides, he also knew that Yang Yifan was obviously interested in Zhao Fian and was treating him as a rival in love. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Yifan stepped forward and blocked the entrance. He laughed out loud and said, "If you leave now, junior sister Fian will be the one who will be punished. You're a man, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Yi Xian's expression darkened when he heard this. Don't you think you're being a little too extreme? Yang Yifan was only pursuing Zhao Fian, but was rejected by her. Therefore, he had no choice but to take this extreme route, which was to make Zhao Fian hate him. Yi Xian suddenly recalled that when he was still a student, there was once a student who bullied a girl every single day. It wasn't because he was a slut, it was because he liked that girl. At first, that girl hated that guy, but he kept pestering her. After confessing his feelings, both of them became a loving couple. At that time, Yi Xian was almost blinded by what he saw. In order to get a girl, this guy was willing to do anything. Without a doubt, this Yang Yifan was the same. Fine, I won't leave, Yi Xian said in a cold manner. Since his true strength had been exposed, if he just left, he would only bring harm to Zhao Fian. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded out from outside the courtyard. Why aren't you guys cultivating? Why are you all standing around here? Yang Yifan turned around and looked at the source of the voice. With a joyful expression, he said, Elder Lu, you're just in time. A divine core warrior has trespassed into the heavenly Yuan sect. What? The old voice was getting closer and closer, causing Yi Xian's expression to become extremely gloomy. An elder had arrived. This was going to be troublesome. Elder Lu, that man is here. Yang Yifan hastily stepped aside. Shortly after, Yi Xian saw an old man walk in. He looked at Yi Xian and said in shock, You are indeed not a disciple of my Sky Yuan sect. Kid, how dare you trespass into my Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian paused for a moment. He recalled that Yang Yifan had said that he was the one who trespassed, and that Zhao Fian had not brought him in. From the looks of it, Yang Yifan was trying to help Zhao Fian get away with it. At the same time, he was trying to set a trap for Yi Xian. This Yang Yifan isn't a fool. He guessed that I wouldn't dare to reveal Fian. Hee, that's fine too. Yi Xian grinned and said, I only came in to look for someone. I have no other intentions. Please forgive me. I will leave now. Yang Yifan would not let Yi Xian leave just like that. He said in a mocking tone, Is the Sky Yuan sect your home? You injured me just now, and now you want to leave? Elder Lu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Trespassing into the Sky Yuan sect is a serious crime. How dare you injure people here? Kid, where did you come from? I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an independent cultivator, Yi Xian replied. He was not Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. Naturally, he could not reveal his identity. Since that's the case, just surrender yourself. I'll escort you to the law enforcement elder and let him decide. Elder Lu opened his hands. His withered palms were like the claws of an eagle, giving people a chill down their spines. He could also feel the Jindan essence in Yi Xian's body, which was not much weaker than his own. Hence, he could not let his guard down. At this moment, he was waiting for Yi Xian's next move. Should he resist, or should he surrender? It was impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. Thus, they could only resist. Boom! A thick Jindan essence suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. However, he did not use this Jindan essence to attack. Instead, he channeled it into the ground. In an instant, a circle with a diameter of 1 meter appeared under his feet. Senior, if you can let me leave this circle, I will surrender, Yi Xian said slowly. Humph, what arrogance. Elder Lu was displeased. He took a step forward and slapped Yi Xian's shoulder with his claw. The sharp tip of his Jindan essence pierced into Yi Xian's shoulder, causing blood to gush out instantly. Following that, Elder Lu pulled, preparing to pull Yi Xian to the ground and eat the mud like a dog. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xian was as steady as a mountain. His feet did not move at all. You do have some ability. A strange look flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. He was an elder of the Sky Yuan sect. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he could not even handle a junior? A second palm landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. Elder Lu struck with both hands. However, Yi Xian still stood in the same spot, not moving at all. Elder Lu's face was ashen. Flustered and exasperated, he slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. He tried to send him flying. However, Yi Xian still stood there unscathed. Kid, you're courting death. Elder Lu was enraged. Jindan essence surged out of his body. He was about to flip out. Yi Xian sensed that his opponent had already gathered his Jindan essence on his right hand. It seemed that he was about to use an earth-level martial arts. Die! Elder Lu roared. He aimed a palm strike at Yi Xian's chest. However, before he could do so, a palm met his attack. Bam! A shockwave rolled out. Elder Lu's body flew backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard. What a joke! Going against Yi Xian's palm was courting death. Elder Lu! This scene caused all the others to be dumbfounded. This was a sect elder, a divine core sect elder, and he was sent flying by a young man? Where did this young man come from? How dare you injure a sect elder in the Heavenly Yuan sect? Kid, don't leave if you have the guts. After saying that, Yang Yifan turned around and left. But, after taking a few steps, he turned around and returned. Greetings, sect elder Yu. Yang Yifan cupped his fist respectfully. After that, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure. No, two familiar figures walking into the courtyard. Of course, one of them was Zhao Fian who had just left, and the other one shocked Yi Xian. This man was the Heavenly Yuan sect's sect elder, Eugene, who had gone to Lianyun City 2 years ago to help the Lin family break off the engagement. I never thought that he would become a sect elder 2 years later. Initial mortal core realm. Although Yi Xian was surprised, he wasn't afraid. After all, with his disguise and mask, as long as he wasn't seen by those Earth Core warriors or those who were good at formations, it wouldn't be a problem. Big brother Zhao, are you injured? When Zhao Fian entered the courtyard, she immediately saw the bloodstains on Yi Xian's shoulders. She immediately ran over to him. I'm fine, it's just a small injury. Yi Xian replied with a smile. He could heal a small injury like this in just a few breaths of time. After Eugene entered the room, he looked at Elder Lu and asked, Elder Lu, what is going on? Elder Yu, this young man trespassed into the Heavenly Yuan sect, and he even injured someone. I wanted to capture him and hand him over to the sect elder, but Elder Lu felt ashamed, and he didn't continue speaking. End of chapter. Chapter 253. Eugene turned around and rested his eyes on Yi Xian. He was pondering in his mind. He felt like he had seen Yi Xian before, but he couldn't remember anything related to him. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, compared to 2 years ago, not only had Yi Xian grown a lot taller, but his face had also matured a lot. Even if he didn't wear a disguise and stood here with a mask, Eugene probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, the Yi Xian from 2 years ago was just a nobody, an ant. Compared to this divine core young man, he was just an ant. How could Eugene remember him? I asked Fian to bring this young man here. How can you say he's trespassing? Elder Lu, did you make a mistake? Eugene asked with a frown on his face. Elder Lu turned around and looked at Yang Yifan. The one who said Yi Xian was trespassing in the Heavenly Yuan sect was him. Yang Yifan hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Elder Yu, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. When I saw him in junior sister Fian's courtyard, I thought he was a thief, so I... But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Eugene. That's enough, all of you can leave now. Eugene knew Yang Yifan very well. Yang Yifan was a man who did whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Yuan sect just because his father was a sect elder. He was a man who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Furthermore, he had some ulterior motives towards Zhao Fian. Understood. Yang Yifan nodded his head respectfully, then he quickly left. Elder Lu's face was extremely embarrassed as well, and he quickly left as well. The group of disciples outside also dispersed one by one, and some even closed the door behind them. Right now, only Yi Xian, Eugene and Eugene were left in the courtyard. Little brother, I've heard from Fian, thank you. Eugene cupped his fist towards Yi Xian and said, the senior is overpraising me. Yi Xian let out a laugh. Because he was wearing a mask, his smile was a little stiff. Eugene nodded his head satisfyingly. A genius like Yi Xian who had both strength and etiquette was his first choice for a disciple. I've heard from Fian that little brother wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle, right? Eugene asked again. That's right, Junior wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to return to the central province. Yi Xian nodded his head. Heavenly Yuan Sects, Heavenly Yuan Sects, Heavenly Yuan Sect, we don't ts. Yi Xianzizizis. Yi Xian paused for a moment. How could he be from the central continent? He was a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion and had never been to the central continent before. How could he know what kind of family there was in the central continent? Therefore, he could only smile and say, "My family is small and not worth mentioning." Even though he said so, Eugene knew Yi Xian's name. Zhao Pan was from the Zhao clan. Him. You too. Is a return. But this old man wants to ask, is little brother only cultivating in your family and not joining any other sect? Eugene asked again. No, I don't belong to any sect. Yi Xian shook his head. He suddenly remembered that he told Zhao Fian that he was a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As expected, Zhao Fian's expression changed. She was standing behind Eugene, so Eugene didn't notice. If that's the case, are you interested in joining my Heavenly Yuan sect? With your talent, my Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely nurture you into an Earth Core expert. Eugene went straight to the point. He saw that Yi Xian was very young, at most 25 years old. His talent was not bad. This, Yi Xian paused. He wasn't called Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. He could join the Soaring Heaven Mansion and change his identity after reaching his goal. However, this was truly too lacking in moral integrity. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. This junior is used to freedom and doesn't like to join sections. However, I do have a deal here. I wonder if you would be interested?" Actually, his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't that simple. Deal? Let's hear it. Eugene was obviously interested. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. How about this? This junior has 100 earth weapons and a type of elixir that can allow a peak true profound realm expert to directly condense Jindan. However, there are only 100 of them. I wonder if senior has the ability to eat them? Yi Xian smiled. This was his purpose in joining the Heavenly Yuan sect. These things were all materials that he had obtained from Hui Yang's cave. He could probably forge 100 earth artifacts. If he were to directly devour them, although it was also very popular, but it was definitely much less than the finished product. What? 100 earth weapons? Eugene was shocked. Furthermore, Zhao Fian had told him just now that she had directly condensed Jindan after consuming one of Yi Xian's elixirs. Not everyone could condense Jindan before the age of 25. With this elixir, the Heavenly Yuan sect could have at least 100 divine core warriors, as long as those disciples with poor aptitudes consumed it before their meridians were fixed. Little brother, are you sure you're not joking? Eugene was doubtful. Yi Xian smiled. He waved his hand, then 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Within the boxes were exactly 100 earth weapons, nebula swords. To be honest, I was born in a family that refined weapons, and the reason I came to the Heavenly Yuan sect is to open up a trade route. I wonder if your sect is interested? If possible, I'll send you more earth weapons and Luyuan pills in the future. Yi Xian made up a story. Eugene swallowed a mouthful of saliva. More in the future? Earth weapons were not ordinary items. Even the Heavenly Yuan sect didn't have many of them. If they wanted them, they would have to go to the central province to buy them. But the central province was a complicated place, and there were many superpowers that were stronger than the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Heavenly Yuan sect could only buy 1 or 2 at most, and they had to risk offending those superpowers. He didn't expect Yi Xian to come from a family that refined weapons, and come to the Heavenly Yuan sect with sincerity. This was a good thing. Little brother, how much do these earth weapons and Luyuan pills cost? Eugene tried asking. 100 earth weapons was not a small amount. An earth weapon costs 300,000 mid-rank crystals, a Luyuan pill costs 20,000 mid-rank crystals, and in the future, there will be mid-rank earth weapons and better pills. What do you think, sect elder you? Yi Xian raised his brows. Mid-rank earth weapons. Hearing this name, Eugene's eyes lit up. In the entire Heavenly Yuan sect, there was only 1 mid-rank earth weapon. This is a serious matter. I have to report this to the sect chief. Eugene didn't dare to make a decision on his own. However, 300,000 for an earth tool was considered cheap. The ones they had bought in the middle state were all around 400,000. Sure, but I don't trust other people. If your sect wants to make a deal, just let sect elder you be the representative. Please don't send an Earth Core warrior, or else I'll leave. Also, sect elder you can buy some Earth weapons first. This way, you'll have more confidence. Yi Xian said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Oh, it smells so good. Taper had a mace in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. He was grinning happily. After waiting for so long, he could finally have a proper meal. After waiting for so long, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. Voila! Voila! Jiang Xiaofan rubbed the monstrous toad lion head in his hand, making a series of soft sounds. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched the weapons in front of him let out a sigh of relief. Taper, don't forget what I told you. The taper nodded repeatedly. No problem. Leave this to me and the old man. Hen Zhu rolled his eyes. It's your food, it's none of my business. You say it like you didn't eat a lot of dawn. Taper laughed coldly and retorted. Jiang Xiaofan watched the two of them hurt each other with a smile, then he raised his arms, stretched, and walked out of the room. Outside the room, it was still in the silence of the night. The sky was turning bright. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the room. The three brothers also woke up early. The four of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Today was a very important day for the royal city. The opening of the palace dwellers' underground dragon vein meant a group of powerful warriors would return in half a year. The spiritual power of the dragon vein was abundant, but it was also very unstable. It was fine for one or two people to cultivate near it, but a large group of hundreds of people would absorb a large amount of spiritual power from the dragon vein. It would cause the dragon vein to be very unstable. The dragon vein was the foundation of a country, the root of spiritual power. How could it be taken lightly? Usually, there were only 2 elders of the Long clan and 3 elders of the Bai clan who cultivated in the dragon vein. The rest of the people in the palace dwellers' pavilion were people without any foundation. To put it bluntly, they were useless people who could not cultivate. Only these people would not share the spiritual power with the 3 old men. Jiang Xiaofan brought the 3 brothers to wait outside the palace. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the palace. Looking over, it was none other than the current emperor, Long Tian. A few small palanquins followed behind the dragon sedan. Inside were Long Shi, Bai Yichen, and the rest. Jiang Xiaofan was a little surprised by this lineup. Was Long Tian also going to the immortal abode to cultivate? Filled with doubts, everyone stopped in front of Jiang Xiaofan. As Long Tian's attendant shouted, "Alight the palanquin!" The dragon sedan was lowered, the footstool was placed, and the curtains were lifted. That guy was really not particular. If Jiang Xiaofan was served like this, he would probably only feel fresh for 2 days at most. If he was asked to do this again, he would probably go crazy. Long Tian walked out of the palanquin. Long Shi and Bai Yichen also walked down. Today, they were dressed in luxurious brocade robes and had light makeup on. The 2 little girls actually made their already handsome faces even more beautiful. A fat middle-aged man in a black robe accompanied Long Tian and walked towards Jiang Xiaofan. Just as he stood still, the man saw that Jiang Xiaofan actually did not bow and immediately reprimanded him angrily. "The emperor is benevolent. Why aren't you kneeling?" Jiang Xiaofan stood upright without a trace of fear on his face. This caused Long Shi and Bai Yichen, who were not far away, to be flustered. There is gold under a man's knees. In this life, apart from the mother who gave birth to me, the father who raised me, the person who saved my life, and the person who taught me wisdom, I will kneel. I will never kneel to anyone else. Jiang Xiaofan replied firmly. The middle-aged man was about to teach Jiang Xiaofan a lesson when Long Tian raised his hand to stop him. As long as Shier's illness can be cured, I don't care about anything else. The moment he said that, Bai Yichen and Long Shi behind him heaved a long sigh of relief. However, there was one person present who was extremely displeased, the middle-aged man in black. Jiang Xiaofan had never added him, but his name was like thunder to the ears. There was a token on his waist that was engraved with golden inscriptions. The token shone with a golden glow and contained a high amount of dragon gold. It was even comparable to the City King's sword. There was only one person in the imperial capital who had such a token, Mi Yan, the current prime minister of the imperial capital. It was also this man who was notorious in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. It was because of him that the northern borderline had become so rotten. Long Tian took a small step forward and looked at Jiang Xiaofan with a smile. I know that you are very capable. I also know that the Imperial Equipment Department and the Imperial Medicine Department have achieved great results during the day and evening yesterday. They have changed the military strength of my northern borderline. However, I don't care about that. You just need to tell me, can you cure Shier's illness? Jiang Xiaofan grinned. I'm not sure, but I think I should be able to cure her. Jiang Xiaofan shrugged and continued to spin the walnut in his hand. His tone was light, as if he didn't see this matter as important. This reaction made Long Tian frown. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, You must cure Xier. Otherwise, I will make you fall as hard as I can make you climb. I have my reasons for taking the initiative to suggest going to the Immortal Mansion. If you don't believe me, why did you agree to open the Immortal Mansion in advance? Jiang Xiaofan said calmly. Today, he was originally waiting for Bai Yichen and Long Shi to go to the Immortal Mansion. However, Long Tian had come and brought along Mi Yan, who made him jealous and disgusted. His words were so harsh and he still wanted to be nice? Half a year later, I want to see Xier walk out of the Immortal Mansion alive and well and come to the palace. If she is missing even a single hair on her head, I will use your head to punish you. Long Tian flicked his sleeves and glared at Jiang Xiaofan. These members of the royal family were so stupid. In their eyes, anyone could be as lowly as an ant. This made Jiang Xiaofan very angry. Jiang Xiaofan would feel disgusted as long as there was such discrimination. Bai Yichen did not put on any airs as a princess. Although Long Shi was arrogant and eccentric, she had a good upbringing. Jiang Xiaofan did not know how Long Tian was a father. He was simply an incapable ruler. He allowed eunuchs to strengthen themselves in the court and treated the lives of others as nothing. This kind of ruler would sooner or later die in his own extravagance and indulgence. Long Tian stood for a while, but Jiang Xiaofan did not pay attention to him. At this time, he slowly said, If you can cure Xier, it will be a great merit. I can promote you to the Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There are hundreds of families in the northern borderline. The Jiang family moved out of the imperial capital a few hundred years ago and has probably always wanted to come back. If you can cure Xier, I can give you all these. Jiang Xiaofan snorted coldly and said, Deal. Golden Armor Imperial Guard? Moved out of the imperial capital? Jiang Xiaofan was not interested in any of these. He was a person who liked to cure princesses. Well, no one could escape the law of fragrance. After watching Long Tian leave, Bai Yichen quickly walked up to him. She said angrily, Big bastard, you are crazy. You dare to contradict the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't died before. He was someone who had died once. He was not afraid of death. Did these powerful people want to threaten him? Sorry, he did not fall for it. He was a person who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you were strong, you could be strong. If you gave him half a point, he would lose. But if you were to act coquettishly with a cute girl, the rich would give money, and the powerful would give officials, then everyone would still be good friends. This was the principle. Master, you are so amazing. Xier likes you more and more. Long Shi had never seen anyone who dared to contradict her father like this. If not for Jiang Xiaofan, she would never have seen this scene in her life. Where else could she find such a manly man? At this moment, Wei Qing also walked forward. This time, he followed Bai Yichen to the immortal abode to cultivate. He glanced at Jiang Xiaofan and did not say anything. He only sighed in his heart. Jiang Xiaofan was a sharp blade. If used well, he could make the imperial capital prosperous and peaceful. If not, he could cause chaos in the northern border. Jiang Xiaofan opened his hands. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a medicine bag from his chest and handed it to Bai Yichen. Yichen, these are the elixirs I refined for you. There is an entire year's supply inside. You and Senior Wei Qing will cultivate in the immortal abode. Eat one every day. If you are lucky, it is not impossible for you to break through the shackles. Bai Yichen caught the elixir. If someone else said this, she would not believe it. How could there be such a miraculous elixir in this world? However, since Jiang Xiaofan said it, she believed it without a doubt. Master, have you forgotten about me? Long she stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and pouted. Jiang Xiaofan reached out and patted her head gently. Forget about you? In the next 6 months, we will be together. I can forget anyone but you. Then, the 7 of them walked towards the East City Gate. At this moment, Yi Yi and Yi Hao were waiting with over 100 imperial guards. The cultivators heading to the Immortal Mansion arrived in 2s and 3s. There was no need to mention the selectors. The 20 bureaucrats were basically some high-ranking officials. Everyone knew that. As for the relatives of the emperor, they were basically people from the Long family and the Bai family. These people from the Long family had cold expressions. They probably thought that they were of high status and were used to being arrogant. On the other hand, the Bai family was very different. It could be seen that King Pingwei, the head of the Bai family, definitely had good management. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Yi Hao walked over and said, "You're quite early." Of course. If I was late, my intestines would be green with regret. Jiang Xiaofan replied with a smile. Yi Hao patted Jiang Xiaofan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, when you come out in half a year, you will probably be very different. I have to wish you good luck in advancing to the peak of the martial king realm." Haha, thank you for your auspicious words. Everyone is here. Yi was holding a list in his hand. After checking everyone's identity, he called out. Then, everyone set foot on the road to the Immortal Mansion. All the stories were about to unfold again. No one knew what was waiting for Jiang Xiaofan ahead. This was fate. P.S. Well, the second volume of the Super Devouring System has finally come to an end. Next is the third volume. I still have to think about what to write. Everyone will know tomorrow. Also, there are people urging me to update. I have been really busy during this period. Since I promised to update at the end of the month, I will definitely update at the end of the month. Let's set the last 7 days at the end of the month and add one more update per day. What do you think? Hee, if I can stabilize my new job next month, I will keep up with double or even 10,000 updates. Let's wait and see. Love you guys, moi. Chapter 255. I'll buy as much as you have. Don't worry, I'll buy them at the market price. Yi Xian replied. He had used up all the materials from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and the Supreme Elder had personally gone to the Central Province to purchase them. This was a great opportunity for him, of course he wouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Eugene immediately turned around and looked at Lin Shui. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Elder Yu, go to the weapon refining hall and bring me all the materials. Lin Shui immediately said. All right, I'll go now. Eugene nodded, then he disappeared in a flash. After he left, Lin Shui once again said, Young Master Zhao, this might take some time, why don't I show you around? Sure. Yi Xian said with a smile, then he turned around and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded her head seriously. After that, Yi Xian followed behind Lin Shui and left. All the surrounding disciples were stunned by what they saw. Who was Lin Shui? She was the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect chief. She was only 17 years old, but she had already broken through to the mortal core realm. She was a super genius who had the potential to surpass the sect chief and break through to the heavenly core realm. Immediately, all the disciples looked at Yi Xian with envy, including Yang Yifan. Lin Shui ignored the stares from the other disciples. She brought Yi Xian around the Sky Yuan sect. Yi Xian followed along with a carefree mood. As a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he was treated as a VIP by the Sky Yuan sect, and he even had a peerless beauty as his tour guide. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression the Sky Yuan sect chief will have when he finds out who I am? Yi Xian was enjoying himself because his disguise was perfect. Even Lin Shui and Eugene couldn't see through his disguise. They would never have thought that the trash from all those years ago would really come to the Sky Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, what's wrong? Lin Shui, who was standing beside him, asked when she saw the smile on Yi Xian's face. Nothing. All right, Miss Lin, when did you join the Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian's face changed the topic. Lin Shui was taken aback. She smiled and explained, Shui grew up in the Heavenly Yuan sect. When Yi Xian heard this, he frowned slightly. But in the next moment he remembered that people like them could not casually reveal their families. In the future, if any of their enemies found out about this, they would kill their way back to the profound Sun Empire's Lianyun city. Then the Yi family and the Lin family would become hostages. I see. Yi Xian nodded his head and said, Miss Shui is so outstanding, and you've already broken through to the mortal core realm at such a young age. I'm sure Miss Shui's husband is also very outstanding, right? Lin Shui was shocked again. She blushed and shook her head. I'm not married. You don't have anyone in mind either? Yi Xian asked. No, Master told me to focus on my cultivation. Shui continued to shake her head. That's right. Miss Shui's future achievements will definitely not be low. Ordinary people definitely won't be a match for her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Lin Shui gently smiled and said, But what about you, young Master Zhao? Yi Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, I'm the same as you, I don't have anyone in mind. But what? Lin Shui asked curiously. Miss Shui, do you believe in love at first sight? Yi Xian turned his head with a faint smile on his face. This question had stumped Lin Shui. Love at first sight? When Lin Shui heard this word, her entire body trembled. Yi Xian must have some other meaning when he mentioned this word. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to junior sister Fei Yan, or someone else on the road, or even me? Lin Shui muttered in her mind. But when she saw Yi Xian's eyes, she immediately understood. When Yi Xian said love at first sight, he was probably referring to her. Young Master Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Shui pretended to shake her head. Pretend? You're still pretending. Yi Xian muttered in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and said, Actually, when I first saw you, I already fell in love with you. Miss Shui, I wonder if you can give me a chance? Don't worry. Although my realm is lower than yours, the wheel of fortune changes. I'll definitely catch up in the future. As expected, when Lin Shui heard this, her heart immediately trembled. This Zhao Pan really did take a fancy to her. She originally thought that Zhao Pan would be different from the others. However, she didn't expect that she had also misjudged him. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Young Master Zhao's family's strength in the central province is definitely not inferior to the Heaven Yuan sect. Shui is not worthy of you. Lin Shui immediately shook her head. Who said that? If I can marry Miss Shui, those old men in my family will definitely be overjoyed. I actually came to the Heaven Yuan sect this time for you. Miss Shui, please give me a chance. Yi Xian said shamelessly. This, Lin Shui, was in a dilemma. She wasn't a little girl and wouldn't believe such lies. She thought that Yi Xian was just fooling around. However, Yi Xian's identity was mysterious. Not many families in the central province could take out 100 earth weapons at once. She was afraid that if she rejected Yi Xian would be angry and give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, this is the first time you've met Shui. Shui doesn't know young Master Zhao very well, so I'm afraid Shui can't agree. However, young Master Zhao can stay in the Heaven Yuan sect and make a decision after we get to know each other better. As Lin Shui spoke, she secretly sized up Yi Xian. Sure enough, when she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face had already darkened. What a delaying tactic. Do you take me for a fool? Using me as a spare tire, Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately shouted coldly, Miss Shui, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? I know. Young Master Zhao may give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Lin Shui nodded. Then why did you reject me in front of my face? I, Zhao Pan, don't have much patience. Yi Xian pretended to be very angry as he spoke. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then said, since young Master Zhao is so determined, then Shui can only return the earth weapons and Luyuan pills. This answer was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He didn't expect Lin Shui to have such a temper and dare to reject him. However, he was only joking just now. She wanted him to return the earth crystals? No way. Ha, Miss Shui is indeed not an ordinary person. I was only joking just now. I hope Miss Shui won't take it to heart. Yi Xian immediately laughed. Hearing this, Lin Shui put away her serious expression and smiled sweetly. Shui was only joking with young Master Zhao. However, young Master Zhao does look like someone I know. Yi Xian frowned slightly, then said, are you sure it's me who looks like him and not the other way around? Shui misspoke. Lin Shui hurriedly apologized. End of chapter. Chapter 256. Forget it. Who is that person? How does he look like me? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Shui suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained, he's just a friend of mine. But I can't say who he is, so please forget about it. This time, Yi Xian did not ask further. He guessed that the person Lin Shui was talking about was probably him. Damn, this woman's sixth sense was too strong. However, Yi Xian was very curious. If Lin Shui knew his true identity, would she cut him with her sword? Lin Shui then led him around for a while before they returned to Zhao Fian's courtyard. At this time, Eugene was already waiting there. Little brother, there are a total of 50 sets of forging materials here. Eugene saw Yi Xian and quickly said, thank you, Elder Yu. As Yi Xian said, he took out a bag of crystals from the devour space. The forging materials of earth-grade weapons were much cheaper than the finished products. One set was only about 40,000 mid-grade crystals. 50 sets were equivalent to 2 million mid-grade crystals and 200 top-grade crystals. However, Yi Xian only needed to spend 1 devour point to forge 50 earth-grade weapons. If he gave them to the Sky Yuan sect, they would be worth 1,500 top-grade crystals. It was a huge profit. If that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. Elder Yu, Miss Shui, farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them. Young Master Zhao, don't you want to stay for a few more days? Lin Shui frowned and asked softly. No, I still have important matters to attend to. As Yi Xian said, he turned to Zhao Fian and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Don't slack off. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded obediently. Little brother, the Sky Thunder Eagle is ready. Please follow me. Then Eugene led Yi Xian away. Yi Xian was secretly laughing on this trip. This infiltration operation was too perfect. Not only did he earn a lot of crystals, but he also met Lin Shui and was even more excited. Most importantly, these people did not discover his disguise and were completely kept in the dark by him. The three of them personally sent off Yi Xian. Yi Xian greeted them and left on his heavenly thunder eagle. After he left, a figure landed beside Lin Shui. Shui, what about that brat? A middle-aged man asked. He was the sect leader of the Sky Yuan sect, Mo Zun. Although he has just broken through to the mortal core realm, his strength is unfathomable. I don't think he is any weaker than me. Lin Shui commented. That can't be. You are ranked second on the Heavenly Yuan list. Even Wang Chuanshan lost to you. How could that brat be 3 ranks higher than him? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Master, maybe I was mistaken. Lin Shui shook her head and took out the 2 boxes of earthly weapons. Mo Ziyun opened the box and took out an earth-grade treasure sword to test it out. It's really excellent. The creator is Yi Xian? Mo Ziyun murmured when he saw the name on the hilt of the nebula sword. However, when Lin Shui heard the name, the other 3 couldn't help but tremble. Yi Xian. It was actually Yi Xian. Shui, what's wrong? Mo Ziyun looked at Lin Shui in surprise. It should be someone with the same name. Lin Shui looked at Eugene and shook her head. There were too many people with the name Yixian. There were 2 in the Sky Yuan sect, so he didn't think too much about it. Behind them, when Zhao Fian heard the name, she suddenly took out the nebula sword and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a name on the hilt. Yixian. However, she didn't dare say anything and quickly put away the weapon. Mo Ziyun checked the 100 Earth-grade treasures and Luyuan pills and laughed wildly. He looked at Zhao Fian and said, "Little girl, you've done a great job. Tell me, how did you know him?" Zhao Fian was shocked. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Sect Master, I went down the mountain with my senior brothers and sisters to do a training mission. Suddenly, we encountered a beast wave, so I was separated from them. When I was in danger, it was Big Brother Zhao who saved me, so that's how it is. Not bad, not bad. I heard that there will be more mid-grade Earth-grade treasures in the future. This kid's identity is not ordinary." Mo Ziyun didn't suspect anything and smiled. However, at this time, suddenly, a few black figures flew over from the horizon. Mo Ziyun looked and said, "Thunder Eagles, they've returned. How's the harvest?" The 4 of them stood in place and watched the Thunder Eagles quickly approach. Half a minute later, 3 Thunder Eagles landed on the ground. "Sect Master." A disciple quickly ran in front of Mo Ziyun. "What's wrong? You look so serious. Where's Wang Chuanshan and Shi Hang?" Mo Ziyun asked curiously. More than 30 Divine Core warriors were sent out this time, and Wang Chuanshan was the leader of the group, an Earth Core warrior. Therefore, there shouldn't be any accidents. Hearing this question, all the disciples looked at each other. After that, one of them took out something. It was a coffin. "Sect Master, Senior Disciple Wang is dead, and Senior Disciple Shi is missing." The disciple reported. "What?" Mo Ziyun cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he just heard. "What did you just say? Wang Chuanshan is dead?" The disciple immediately opened the coffin. Inside the coffin was Wang Chuanshan's dead body. Mo Ziyun quickly checked the body, and he found out that Wang Chuanshan died because his head was pierced through. "This is the aura of the green nether bird. What happened? Tell me everything." Mo Ziyun shouted. There were only 2 Earth Core warriors in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and one of them was Wang Chuanshan. Both of them had the potential to break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future, but no one expected that they would die here. The disciple hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Huiyang Cave, Soaring Heaven Mansion, Yixian, a fist-sized celestial bluestone? Mo Ziyun was shocked. A fist-sized celestial bluestone? Not only that, Lin Shui, Eugene, and Zhao Fian were also shocked. "Yixian, why was it Yixian again?" "Sect Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. Yixian chased after Senior Disciple Wang, and when we caught up with them, we found Senior Disciple Wang's dead body, but Yixian was nowhere to be found." The disciple said in a serious manner. "Yixian, why is he also called Yixian?" Mo Ziyun murmured to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, then he quickly turned around and asked, "Fian, where did you see that Zhao Pan?" Zhao Fian was worried just now, but after being stared at by Mo Ziyun, she immediately cried out in fear and answered in a timid manner, "It was under a canyon." Mo Ziyun turned around again and asked, "Is there a canyon nearby?" "Yes, there is one, but we just glanced at it from the top of the Heavenly Thunderbird. We didn't go down." The disciple nodded. Many readers are saying that Yu Luo is even slower, and Yu Luo says that she's not slow anymore. But Yu Luo will try her best. "I haven't left the house for half a month, and I'm prepared to not leave the house for 3 months. Thank you everyone." End of chapter. Chapter 257. Could it be that this Xiao Pan is Yixian? Those earth tools were all made by this Yixian? Mo Ziyun thought to himself, then he asked again, "Where did the heavenly blue stone go? Is it in Yixian's hands?" This disciple is not sure. After we found Senior Brother Wang's body, we rode the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and returned. The disciple shook his head. Mo Ziyun gritted his teeth. A fist-sized heavenly blue stone was priceless. If the Heavenly Yuan sect could get it, their strength would definitely increase by 2 levels, and they might even become the overlord of the Heavenly Water Continent. He thought for a moment, Then he ordered everyone to ride a heavenly thunder eagle and chase after Yi Xian. Lin Shui and Eugene looked at each other, then they followed. After a while, more than 30 heavenly thunder eagles flew out of the heavenly Yuan sect. This was almost all of the heavenly thunder eagles in the sect. No matter what, they had to get the heavenly blue stone. Yi Xian was their only clue. Just as the heavenly Yuan sect was making a big fuss, Yi Xian had already flown in another direction. Soaring Heaven Mansion was in the eastern region, while the heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern region. Therefore, after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he was flying northeast. However, not long after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he saw 3 heavenly thunder eagles flying back to the sect. Besides, he had seen all the people on these 3 heavenly thunder eagles before. This almost scared him to death. He quickly commanded the heavenly thunder eagle to fly away at full speed, and he even changed directions. If those people guessed his identity, they would definitely chase after him in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he couldn't just fly towards Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had to take a detour. Right at this moment, on the back of the heavenly thunder eagle. Luckily I ran fast enough, or else I would have been caught. Let's not worry about that for now. I need to return to the initial mortal core realm first. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he immediately devoured all the crystals. Ding! The host has broken through to the initial mortal core realm. His strength had been restored. The 3,000 high-ranked crystals had given him more than 300 billion devouring points, helping him return to the initial mortal core realm. But too bad, the heavenly thunder eagle was only at the early true profound realm, and its speed wasn't fast. For safety's sake, he decided to travel by himself. He ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land, then he said eagle, fly to the west, fly for a day, fly back to the heavenly Yuan sect. Yunzong, do you understand? The heavenly thunder eagle nodded as if it understood. Then, it flew towards the central region. As for Yi Xian himself, he headed in the direction of the Soaring Sky Mansion. At this time, he was also going all out, directly using the middle-grade Earth-level martial arts to hurry on with his journey. Because the heavenly Yuan sect was not a was heavenly Yuan Xian. There was X. But there were many obstacles along the way. For example, there were cliffs, valleys, and many other things. There were also many spirit beasts and Xian beasts along the way. He estimated that if he were to travel at full speed, it would take him at least a week. The sky was getting dark, but Yi Xian didn't stop his footsteps. For others, it was nighttime, and there were many spirit beasts and Xian beasts roaming around. But, for Yi Xian, this was the perfect time to travel. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this night to completely escape from the heavenly Yuan sect. Of course, he didn't know if the heavenly Yuan sect was chasing after him, it was just a precaution. But, right at this moment, oh. A series of roars could be heard from the forest. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He found a few creatures a few hundred meters away. More spirit beasts? Don't come looking for me or I'll kill you all. Yi Xian thought to himself. He continued to travel in a straight line, but in the next moment his eyebrows furrowed and his feet stopped moving. He could feel that these 3 creatures were running towards him, and their speed shocked him. Xian beasts? Yi Xian stopped moving, then he took out the 8 desolate sword and popped a pill into his mouth. In just 2 breaths of time, they had closed the distance of a few hundred meters. These 3 Xian beasts weren't ordinary Xian beasts. If they weren't fast Xian beasts, then they must be high-level Xian beasts. Roar! When these 3 Xian beasts got close to Yi Xian, they slowed down. They let out deep roars and slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Wolves. Yi Xian guessed the species of these 3 Xian beasts. At the same time, according to their speed just now, he had a rough estimate. These 3 profound beasts were at least as strong as profound beasts at the late mortal core realm. They were all very strong. He never thought that he would be able to meet such high-level Xian beasts. It was a pleasant surprise. You 3, come at me together. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and said slowly. A wolf's senses were very sensitive. Although Yi Xian was only at the initial mortal core realm, These three Xian beasts could clearly sense that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary Xian beasts. But they could understand Yi Xian's words. They immediately let out deep roars and pounced towards him. Free experience points. Yi Xian sneered, then he unleashed the 8 Desolate Sword. 8 Desolate Sword, Wind Slaughter Formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 sharp blades spun at high speed and chopped off the heads of these 3 demon wolves. After that, they reformed into the 8 Desolate Sword. Just 3 demon wolves at the late mortal core realm, how dare they cause trouble for me? Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind, then he devoured the 3 corpses. Ding! The host has devoured a Xian beast's corpse, the reward is 30 billion devouring points. Ding! The host has devoured a Xian beast's inner core, the reward is 100 billion devouring points. A late mortal core demon wolf had 130 billion devouring points. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. 3 corpses, that was nearly 40 million devouring points, and it had already surpassed the profit he made when he was selling earth tools in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After devouring the corpses, Yi Xian's inner core had become much stronger. But there was still a huge gap between him and the late mortal core realm. This time, he had made a huge profit. 3 late mortal core demon beasts would never appear in this place. After all, this was the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. After a sect was established, they would go out and hunt these high-ranked Xian beasts every once in a while, in order to prevent their disciples from being killed. It was pure luck that he was able to encounter them. But fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Right after the 3 corpses were devoured, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Thunderhawk? It caught up with us? Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly hid himself with the Shadow Leopard's innate ability. However, this was of no use. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out. A gentle voice sounded out from the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 258. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out now. When Yi Xian heard this voice, his body trembled violently. Wasn't this Lin Shui's voice? No wonder she was able to catch up to me, it's a mortal core Heavenly Thunderhawk. Yi Xian glanced at the Heavenly Thunderhawk in the sky, and he noticed that it was a few times bigger than the one he was riding before. He didn't say anything and just quietly left. Perhaps it was the noise he made just now that attracted Lin Shui's attention. Yi Xian, all 5 Earth Core warriors from the Heavenly Yuan sect are here, and there are also 10 Divine Core Heavenly Thunderhawks. You won't be able to escape, come out now. Lin Shui's voice echoed throughout the sky. So, she really did figure out my identity. Yi Xian thought to himself. But he wasn't sure if Lin Shui had figured out that he was the Yi Xian who stole the Celestial Stone, or the Yi Xian from Lianyun City. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, Lin Shui continued, Yi Xian, if you hand over the Celestial Stone, I'll ask my master to spare you since we're from the same place. This girl is pretty smart, looks like she knows that I was tricking her just now. Yi Xian thought to himself, but he wasn't that stupid. A fist-sized celestial stone was worth more than all the other 4 regions combined. Even if he said he didn't have it, the Heavenly Yuan sect would never believe him, and they would only think that he had hidden the celestial stone. In simple words, if he was caught, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, the only option was to run. The Heavenly Thunderhawk that this girl is riding on is a profound beast. It can even catch up with me when I'm running at full speed. I have to kill her. Yi Xian was still thinking. Right at this moment, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! Yi Xian's expression changed and he said in a low voice, damn it, there's still a signal. He couldn't hide any longer. If more people came, he would have nowhere to run, and he had to end this as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he took out an Earth rank bow and arrow and started shooting. Mid-rank Earth rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. Huff huff. A long fiery serpent shot out from the ground. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters and hit the Divine Core Heavenly Thunderhawk. Immediately, 2 figures flew out from the sky. Lin Shui was a late mortal core warrior, so of course he wouldn't fall to his death. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with her. He took out some things from his universe ring. They were human-shaped guardian puppets. Run in all directions, don't stop. Yi Xian used his Jindan essence to activate these peak true profound realm guardian puppets. In an instant, they dispersed in a hubbub. These were just his cover. Our whereabouts have already been exposed. They will definitely rush over here and chase after the soaring sky mansion. Since that's the case, I'll use reverse thinking and run back. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he abruptly turned around. Relying on his advanced shadow leopard bloodline, he was completely hidden in the shadows. He also had an advanced concealment pearl on him. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't discover him. TSK, you think you can catch me with just you? Yi Xian sneered in his mind. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. As long as he could shoot down these heavenly thunderhawks one by one, he would be much safer. Without hesitation, he took out his earth-rank bow and shot at them. Countless fiery serpents shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heavenly thunderhawks in the sky were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian had exposed his location. But so what? Cracking sounds kept coming from his surroundings. The guardian puppets he used to distract his enemies were all destroyed. He just stood there quietly, hiding in the darkness. After a while, a few people gathered around him. Strange, where is he? A disciple asked in surprise. But before he could finish his sentence, a black figure suddenly appeared behind them and knocked them out. At the same time, the black figure also stole their storage rings. Right at this moment, another figure quickly approached him. Yi Xian, I know you're nearby. This gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Without a doubt, it was Lin Shui. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to her. He sneaked up to her and slapped her chest. At the same time, he forced a pill into her mouth. The same method he used to kidnap Song Suijing was used again today. But this time, the poison was a bit expensive. It cost 100 billion devour points. Yi Xian felt a huge pain in his heart. This qi-dispersing pill was specially made to deal with the qi-dispersing pill. A late mortal core warrior was able to quickly deplete the enemy's core energy. After injecting the qi-dispersing pill into Lin Shui's body, Yi Xian immediately grabbed her and asked with a smile, "How did you recognize me?" "I sent someone back to Lianyun City. They said you weren't in the Profound Sun Empire, and there were many peak true Profound Realm puppets. So, I guessed you must have entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Lin Shui told him her guess. After Yi Xian heard what she said, he smiled and said, "You're really smart. But I didn't expect you to have broken through to the mortal core realm in just 2 years. No wonder you broke off the engagement and embarrassed me." "It wasn't my idea to break off the engagement. I also didn't expect you to come to the Heavenly Yuan sect." Lin Shui continued, "What you fed me just now was a pill that could quickly deplete my core energy, right? You wanted to capture me and use me to escape back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? I wanted to go back directly, but you guys kept chasing after me. So, I had no choice but to kidnap your ex-fiancé." Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. "Do you think you can do it?" Lin Shui suddenly said something that didn't make sense. Yi Xian was surprised, but in the next second, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The core energy in Lin Shui's body should have been completely depleted by the qi-dispersing pill. Why was there still some? Furthermore, it was even denser than before. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the chest by a small hand and was sent flying. "How is this possible?" Yi Xian shouted out in disbelief. Why was Lin Shui still able to use her core energy? Could it be that the qi-dispersing pill had expired? "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Inside my dantian, other than a mortal core, there is also an earth core. I broke through the mortal core realm a long time ago and broke through to the earth core realm. But my teacher said I was advancing too quickly, so she sealed my earth core and told me to continue strengthening my foundation." Lin Shui slowly explained. Now Yi Xian finally understood. It wasn't because the devouring system was fake, it was because Lin Shui was an earth core warrior. Damn it, a 17-year-old earth core warrior. Your talent has indeed surprised me. But, do you really think you can defeat me just because you've just broken through to the earth core realm? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword. I never thought you would break through to the initial mortal core realm in less than a day. But there is still a gap of 2 levels between us. If you want to leave, then we'll have to see what you have. Lin Shui also took out a weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 259. Your master is really good to you. He gave you his only mid-rank earth weapon. Come, let me see what you've got. Right after the words left their mouths, the 2 figures dashed towards each other. Immediately, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the forest. Lin Shui was at the earth core realm, while Yi Xian was at the initial mortal core realm. Their core energies were 2 levels apart. Although Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, it would be hard for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash. If he wanted to win, there were 2 ways to do it. The first was to fight a battle of attrition. He would exchange his devour points for pills. But it would be a waste of time, and it would cause too much of a commotion. It would be a tragedy if another Earth Core warrior was attracted here. The second was to use his physique. The third was to use the 2 moves of the 8 Desolate Sword. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and in the end, he decided to use his physique to gain the upper hand. When the battle began, both of them started using their signature moves. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. It was unknown when Yi Xian had taken out another sword. It was the mid-grade earth artifact that he obtained from Shihang's universe ring. He struck out with both hands, and hundreds of stars shot out in an instant. Lin Shui wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She waved the sword in one hand, and countless sword shadows appeared. Not only did she knock down all the stars, she also took the opportunity to counterattack Yi Xian. Yi Xian's physique was strong, and his attack speed was fast. He was able to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds rang out as both of them continued to attack each other. Luckily, Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, or else he would be the one at a disadvantage. He is also using an Earth rank martial skill. Why is he able to tie with me? After 3 rounds, Lin Shui was very surprised. She could see that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was extraordinary, but Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than her. She didn't dare to use a mid-rank Earth rank martial skill because she was afraid that she would accidentally kill Yi Xian. But now, it seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian was the same. The ancestor of the Lin family was the sister of the ancestor of the Yi family. Both families had some blood ties, and he didn't want to accidentally kill Lin Shui. The 2 of them thought of the same thing at the same time, but that was before. Next, it was time to play for real. Lin Shui suddenly leaped high into the air. With a wave of her right hand, her Dan essence split into 100, transforming into countless icicles that pierced towards Yi Xian. This move was a bit similar to Yi Xian's rain of arrows, but its power was 100 times stronger. But after seeing Yi Xian's ability, she felt that she had underestimated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed a large sword that was 10 meters long. With a casual wave of his hand, he blocked the icicles. Little girl from the Lin family, I'm going to show you how powerful I am. After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, 3 muffled sounds rang out from his body. Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. As long as 4 orifices didn't explode, the explode technique wouldn't have too many side effects. In an instant, Yi Xian's Dan essence surged. He held his great sword and slashed at Lin Shui. If she couldn't dodge in time, she would be cut in half. Pang! Lin Shui, who was in the air, twisted her waist and stomped her feet into the air. She quickly descended and dodged the slash. But when her feet touched the ground, she was shocked to see Yi Xian's great sword slashing down again. This time, it was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Lin Shui's expression changed. Yi Xian went easy on her earlier slash. But this time, Yi Xian did the same. Pang! The great sword slashed at Lin Shui's side. Lin Shui was shocked. But when she felt the sword vibrate violently, she immediately jumped to the side. But she was still 1 step too late. 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, sonic boom. Boom. The great sword shattered. His Dan essence instantly spread out. The impact directly hit Lin Shui and sent her flying. But the impact was child's play. The most important thing was the sound that reverberated through the sky. Lin Shui had never seen this kind of martial art before. Naturally, she wouldn't focus her Dan essence on her ears. The deafening sound instantly entered her head and shook her consciousness. Tisk. I have no choice but to use this trump card. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He quickly rushed over and caught Lin Shui. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he wouldn't have used this move. Firstly, it would consume too much energy. Secondly, it would cause too much of a commotion. These were the two reasons. Thirdly, after using this move, others would be on guard. If they used their Dan essence to protect their ears, the effect would be greatly reduced. But he had no choice. If he didn't use this move, would he have to use the 8 Desolation Wind formation? Wouldn't that cut Lin Shui into pieces? Lin Shui, who was on the verge of fainting from the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, was pressed to the ground by Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian took out 2 ropes and tied Lin Shui's hands and feet tightly. Elementary Immortal Binding Rope. It can stop the circulation of Dan essence. You haven't refined your body. Let's see how you can break free. Yi Xian said coldly. He put away Lin Shui's Qian Kuan ring and carried her away. As he ran, he checked and found that there were many good things in Lin Shui's Qian Kuan ring. What surprised him was that the 100 earth weapons and 100 Luyuan pills were also in it. This was the will of the heavens. It was a pity that these things were refined by him and couldn't be devoured. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Half a minute later, Lin Shui completely woke up. Just now, she had been in a daze and felt like she had been jolted. When she woke up, she realized that she was actually in Yi Xian's embrace. Immediately, a gush of Dan essence gushed out. But in the next moment, she was shocked to find that her Dan essence couldn't flow to her palm. What is this? Lin Shui asked subconsciously. Cut the crap. Unless you can kill me with your head, you won't be able to escape. Wait here obediently. I'll let you go when I return to the soaring sky mansion. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lin Shui. The most important thing now was to escape. Lin Shui gritted her teeth in anger. She tried to break free from the rope but to no avail. Don't waste your energy. Unless you have the same body type as me, you won't be able to break free. Yi Xian reminded her. You won't be able to escape. My master is nearby. TSK. We'll talk about it when you find me. Yi Xian snorted. Besides, I gave you so many things, but you guys are ungrateful. You Heaven Yuan sect people are all the same. That Wang Chuanshan was also too much. I gave him 20% of the celestial bluestone stone, but he wanted to take it all for himself. In the end, he was killed by that emerald bird. He deserved it. End of chapter. Chapter 260. What green bird? That's a green bird, a mystical beast at the initial Earth core realm. Lin Shui rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Initial Earth core realm? Yi Xian shivered. Luckily the green bird didn't turn around, or else he would have been dead. Lin Shui stared at Yi Xian and thought for a moment. Then she asked, Is the celestial blue stone really not with you? If it was with me, I would have just returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. Why would I need to borrow the Heavenly Yuan sect's Heavenly Thunderhawk? Yi Xian suddenly felt that Lin Shui wasn't as smart as she thought. Since the celestial blue stone isn't with you, and you didn't kill Wang Chuanshan, then why are you running? Lin Shui still tried to convince Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still trying to convince her. He retorted, Are you kidding me? I'm only at the initial mortal core realm, and I can capture you. Do you think your master will let me go? If it wasn't for Uncle, you would have died a few times already. What he said was the truth. If Lin Shui was really an enemy, Yi Xian would have used the 8 Desolate Wind formation a long time ago. If he used this formation, even he was scared of himself. Just give up, you won't be able to escape, it's impossible. Lin Shui said seriously. Why are you so sure? From the beginning, Yi Xian felt that something was strange. After hearing what she said, a thought immediately flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped and felt around. After that, he put his right hand into Lin Shui's chest. "What are you doing?" Lin Shui was furious. Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. He pulled his hand out and took out a round jade pendant. The round jade pendant was crushed by Yi Xian. "Damn it, there's a tracking device. Damn it." Yi Xian was scared to death. The Heavenly Yuan sect leader definitely had another jade pendant. If he still had the jade pendant, he might have really been caught. Luckily, Yi Xian found out about it early. However, Lin Shui had developed quite well in the past 2 years. Yi Xian remembered that when he first saw her 2 years ago, she was still like an airport runway. "How did you find out?" Shui was very surprised. This jade pendant was her personal item. How could Yi Xian discover it? Could it be that he had peeked at her bathing? That was even more impossible. "Little nonsense, I'll leave first." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, but in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that a humanoid creature had stepped into his sensing range. Its speed was extremely fast, and by the time he reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Shui's mouth. Then he struck out with his palm. At the same time, that figure rapidly approached him and sent him flying with a slap. Shui spit it out. A low shout was heard. "Ha, it's not that easy. Poison melts as soon as it enters the mouth. It's not that easy to detoxify it." Yi Xian stood up while clutching his chest. The person who came was naturally the sect leader of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. He was a super expert at the profound earth core realm. Mo Ziyun untied Lin Shui's immortal binding rope and fed her 2 antidotes at the same time. Then he scolded, "You little rascal, you actually poisoned her. Hurry up and hand it over." "It's useless. There's only 1 antidote for that poison. Do you think I'll give it to you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Since you're not giving it to me, I'll take it myself," Mo Ziyun said as he prepared to take action. Yi Xian laughed as he took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and threw it over. He laughed, "I know how to make the antidote, but I don't have it on me. If you don't believe me, you can look for it." Then he threw Lin Shui's yin and yang ring back to Mo Ziyun. He had already emptied all the valuable items in it into the devouring system. This was a new skill that allowed him to connect the yin and yang ring to the devouring system. He didn't have to empty the items one by one, which saved him a lot of time. Lin Shui took the yin and yang ring and checked it. There was nothing in Yi Xian's ring, only some medicinal herbs. As for her own ring, there was only some clothes left. "Where are my things?" Lin Shui immediately asked. "I threw them away as I ran, so of course they're gone." Yi Xian spread his hands. "Little rascal, you think you can fool me with such a small trick?" Mo Ziyun didn't waste any more words as he directly went up to Yi Xian and grabbed him behind his back. Yi Xian didn't resist as he laughed, "Do as you wish. The poison has probably spread throughout my body. If I don't get the antidote within 10 minutes, I will immediately die. If you don't believe me, you can search and see if there are any more yin and yang rings." "You lost your yin and yang ring?" Mo Ziyun immediately reacted. "I, Yi Xian, am not afraid of death. Let's see if sect leader is brave enough to take the risk," Yi Xian said in an indifferent tone. "You?" Mo Ziyun was skeptical, but he still believed that Yi Xian threw his yin and yang ring to the side of the road. "Sect leader, it's been about a minute, what do you think?" Yi Xian pulled his hand out of Mo Ziyun's grasp. Although both of them were standing very close to each other, he felt that if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Since he couldn't win, he might as well use a trick. "You two were once engaged, why are you so cruel?" Mo Ziyun asked in surprise. "I had no other choice. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. If I really wanted to kill her, she would have died a couple of times already." Yi Xian turned around and looked at Lin Shui. Mo Ziyun followed her gaze and saw Lin Shui lowering her head in shame. She had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but she was captured by a mere mortal core warrior. How was this possible? "I told you, as long as you let me return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, I'll let her go. But before that, she has to follow me." I'll give her the antidote every once in a while. Sect leader, you can think about it yourself. Yi Xian said slowly. Mo Ziyun hesitated for a moment. He realized that he couldn't see through Yi Xian's thoughts. He didn't know if Yi Xian would really fight to the death. He didn't want to take the risk. After all, Lin Shui would definitely break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future. It had been hundreds of years since a Heavenly Core warrior had appeared in the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he was at the late Earth Core realm, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Lin Shui. That heavenly blue stone, did you take it? Mo Ziyun asked. If I took it, I would have returned to the soaring heaven mansion or gone into hiding. Why would I visit the Heavenly Yuan sect? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That Wang Chuanshan, did you kill him? Mo Ziyun asked again. Yi Xian replied impatiently, I wanted to kill that ungrateful bastard with my own hands. Speaking of which, your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples aren't that great. Back in the cave, I saw your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples kill my junior brother with my own eyes. After that, I took my revenge. You killed them? Lin Shui asked in shock. Although it was the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples who were at fault, she was still a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect. When she heard that her own fellow disciples were killed, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. End of chapter. Chapter 261. Do you think I'll let them go? Yi Xian continued, I'm sure they've already told you that if it wasn't for me, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would have been annihilated. Furthermore, if I wanted to silence them, everyone, including Wang Chuanshan, would have died in there. What he said was true. However, if he had killed Wang Chuanshan and the others, Jiang Lu and the others wouldn't have been able to survive the stone statue's pursuit. Hearing that Yi Xian had killed the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, Mo Ziyun coldly snorted. He already knew who the two people were. Sect leader, do you have any other questions? It seems that 3 minutes have passed. In another 7 minutes, she will die from the poison. Yi Xian reminded. Fine, I'll let you go, but I'll follow you. Mo Ziyun compromised. He really didn't dare to gamble. Sect leader, you can follow me, but you must maintain a distance of 500 meters from me. Don't try to get close. I can sense it. What happened just now is a good example. Yi Xian reminded again. Mo Ziyun paused. Indeed, Yi Xian's reaction was very fast. It seemed that he had discovered him very early on, which was why he fed Lin Shui a poison pill. After Mo Ziyun snorted coldly, he disappeared into the night. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He shouted, Sect leader, you're only 200 meters away. Hearing this, Mo Ziyun, who was 200 meters away, retreated a little more. He was now about 500 meters away. At the same time, he thought to himself, how did this brat know my location? This was a question that he couldn't figure out. After Mo Ziyun left, Yi Xian walked over and kept his yin and yang ring. He then said, if you don't want to die, close your eyes. I'll give you a buffer antidote. Thank you. Lin Shui was slightly angry, but she still closed her eyes. Then, Yi Xian took out some medicinal ingredients and fiddled with them for a while before putting them away. He then exchanged them for a pill from the devouring system. All right, you'll be fine for half an hour. Yi Xian tossed the pill over. You really poisoned me? Lin Shui couldn't believe it. Her ex-fiancé actually poisoned her. You're not my fiancé now. Don't tell me you think I'm just scaring you? Yi Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Lin Shui glared at him and followed him. This time, Yi Xian had perfectly resolved the crisis. Not only that, but he had also earned a lot of good stuff. In Lin Shui's interspatial ring, other than the earthly weapons and Luyuan pills, there were also 2,000 top-grade crystals and a lot of cultivation resources. The disciple of the sect leader was indeed extraordinary. He was definitely a tycoon. But Yi Xian didn't devour them immediately. He knew these things couldn't help him break through to the late mortal core realm, so he might as well keep them. Although the crisis had been resolved, Yi Xian still continued his journey. After all, he had to return to Soaring Heaven Mansion before the Supreme Elder and the others. If he didn't, Song Suijing would definitely be worried. His speed was very fast, and for Mo Ziyun, this wasn't a problem at all. But Lin Shui couldn't do the same. Her core origin couldn't sustain her movement skill for a long time. Without any other choice, Yi Xian stopped to rest and detoxified the poison for her every half an hour. In the end, Mo Ziyun started to feel annoyed. Coincidentally, a heavenly thunder hawk was passing by in the sky. Therefore, they rode on the heavenly thunder hawk and flew back to Soaring Heaven Mansion. When they arrived at the Soaring Sky Mansion, 10 days had already passed. In the end, they were still one step behind. The Supreme Elder had already brought Jiang Lu and the others back. When the Heavenly Thunder Hawk landed, the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion was shocked. When the Supreme Elder Zhou Yan and Soaring Heaven Mansion's sect leader Lin Shi heard about it, they quickly came out to greet them. Yi Xian. When Song Suijing, who was following behind the Supreme Elder, saw them, she immediately rushed forward and gave Yi Xian a big hug. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Yi Xian quickly comforted her with a soft voice. Song Suijing suddenly let go of her hands. She blinked her big eyes and said, "I'm not crying." Ugh. Yi Xian felt a little awkward. When Lin Shui saw Song Suijing, she subconsciously frowned. Chapter 262. Creak. The bamboo door creaked and slowly opened. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the bamboo building. The surrounding crystals were a little dim and emitted a dark red color. In this deep underground space, the crystals simulated the sunrise and sunset of the outside world, which was quite magical. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the edge of the spring and watched the clear spring flow. Traces of spirit energy mixed with water vapor permeated the surroundings. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The outside world fought for the spirit energy and spirit veins. After 1,000 years of turmoil, the 4 major sects of Howling Heaven City came into being. The so-called spirit veins were not even as fertile as this half-foot-wide stream. Apart from the Green Dragon bloodline, the reason why the Long and Bai families were able to stand in the northern border for 1,000 years was also because of the Long and Bai families occupying the Tian K mountain. Just this spirit energy alone and the cultivation experts sent to the 2 families every year, if they couldn't dominate the northern border, then they shouldn't be around anymore. Feeling the spirit energy surging out continuously, Jiang Xiaofan walked around the fake mountain and came to the back. The back of the fake mountain was covered by a large number of vines. It was obvious that no one had been here for many years. However, Jiang Xiaofan could clearly feel a special power. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he just felt that this fake mountain should be hiding something. From the moment he came to the 3rd level, he felt this power immediately. However, he was in a hurry to save Long Shi and didn't think too much about it. Now, if he wanted to get close to the dragon vein, he had to continue going down. The Long family had occupied this place for more than 1,000 years. Their development of the dragon vein's spirit energy was definitely not limited to this 3rd level. Therefore, Jiang Xiaofan was almost certain that there was something unknown about this fake mountain. He pushed aside the layers of vines and weeds and indeed found a secret door behind the fake mountain. There was a 2-meter-tall and 1-meter-wide stone door in the rocks. It was seamlessly integrated with the fake mountain. Even if one looked closely, they might not be able to notice it. If not for the fact that Jiang Xiaofan could feel the power seeping out from the gap, it would really be difficult to find it. Seems like there's a secret passage in this fake mountain that can connect to the bottom. Taper, take a look and see if this thing is dangerous. Jiang Xiaofan asked in a low voice. The taper sensed it slightly and said, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? This is just a normal fake mountain." Hiss! Jiang Xiaofan took a deep breath and frowned. He knew how powerful the taper's senses were. This fake mountain had such obvious special spiritual power, how could the taper not sense it? Seems like I can't count on the taper. Jiang Xiaofan took a step forward and gently touched the edge of the stone door. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the fake mountain suddenly shook, and the stone door quietly and slowly opened. At the same time, a gush of spiritual power tried to rush out of the dark hole, but it was trapped by an invisible force. Jiang Xiaofan could feel this force even more clearly. He couldn't explain it, but he knew he must go down and find out. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan walked into the pitch-black cave without saying a word. In the weeds behind the fake mountain, a little light flickered, and then a small jade worm slowly crawled out. In the house in the Heaven Fault Mountain Immortal abode, Bai Xiao sat cross-legged in the house. The array around her shone, and everything the jade worm saw was transmitted into her mind. After a long time, the array closed up. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily I set up a large array to block the energy emitted by the opening of the passage to the fourth layer. Otherwise, if you alerted those two, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Heaven Fault Mountain." Bai Xiao got up and took out a white pigeon from the birdcage. She placed a small jade the size of a grain of rice on its ankle, opened the window, and let it fly. As he watched the white pigeon fly off into the distance, a gust of light breeze blew by, and Bai Xiao's veil was removed to reveal his exquisite and moving appearance. Her expression was a little gloomy, and she murmured, "In 7 years, 3 people have died in the dragon vein. Fu Shi, I hope you won't be the 4th. Thud! With a soft sound, Jiang Xiaofan landed on the ground. His legs slightly arched, alleviating the impact of landing. Damn, who would have thought that there was a drop of over 1,000 meters deep in this pitch-black hole? He landed directly on the ground. Luckily, Jiang Xiaofan was in the earth martial arts realm and could fly in the air, or else he would have been smashed into meat paste and died without a whole corpse. But obviously, he was right to come, because the spiritual energy around him was 1,000 times denser than in the 3rd level. Jiang Xiaofan knew that the dragon vein could be said to be right in front of him, or else there would not be such a strong spiritual power. Needless to say, the thick power almost made Jiang Xiaofan's body explode. If not for the spirit-devouring stone absorbing most of the spiritual power and the taper protecting his heart meridian, he would have exploded and died. No wonder the cultivation space only opened to the 3rd level. It was indeed too difficult for cultivators to go further. Jiang Xiaofan was surrounded by thick spiritual power, as if he was walking in a sticky liquid, and his movements became a little slow. In front of him was a long and thin tunnel, the end of which was glowing. Jiang Xiaofan walked slowly towards the only path. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, a ray of light shone out. Jiang Xiaofan raised his hand to block the light and squinted his eyes. It took a long time for him to adapt. When he put down his hand, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge blue dragon vein. This dragon vein was made of blue crystals. Looking at it, it was hundreds of meters long. It was a real 3-clawed divine dragon, except that its head was a little big. Apart from looking mighty, it looked a little cute. Although it was a dragon vein made of crystals, perhaps because of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this dragon vein was very lifelike and had a little spirit. If he was not sure that this thing was dead, Jiang Xiaofan would really think that it was a sleeping giant dragon. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were 2 young men standing at the head of the dragon. They looked to be only a few years older than Jiang Xiaofan, but the energy that they exuded shocked Jiang Xiaofan. This was the strange energy that he felt from outside the fake mountain. But at this time, the 2 of them were no longer alive. They were like corpses, standing straight next to the dragon vein with one hand on the dragon vein. The energy that they exuded was not the same as the spiritual power of the dragon vein. To be precise, this was Godhead. At this time, the water god suddenly shouted in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. This shocked Jiang Xiaofan and he almost jumped up. But Jiang Xiaofan did not complain, because he was deeply attracted by these 2 words. "Senior water god, what did you just say? Godhead?" A bold guess appeared in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. Could it be that these 2 people are also the reincarnations of the god of creation and came to find the dragon vein? Looking at their expressions and actions, it seemed that they came here and grinded the dragon vein like Jiang Xiaofan. After that, their lives were fixed at this moment, and there was no future. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the water god said, "These 2 people also inherited the god of creation's godhead, but their minds were taken away by the dragon vein and they died here." Sigh. Jiang Xiaofan said with a trembling voice, "Damn! The dragon vein is so powerful?" 2 cultivators with godheads are dead. Then isn't it suicide for me to come here? One must know that those who could come to the Heaven Sparrow Mountain Immortal abode were basically cultivators who had achieved some level of cultivation. To be able to come here, they must be able to reach the 3rd level. If Jiang Xiaofan said he was not panicking, he would be lying. Jiang Xiaofan grinned. Well, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. With that, Jiang Xiaofan turned to leave. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shrouded the surroundings, and the tunnel was directly blocked. Feeling this powerful energy, Jiang Xiaofan knew that it would not end well to force his way in. After all, this was the dragon vein, and this dragon vein seemed to have a consciousness. Otherwise, why would it stop him? Facing this situation, the only person Jiang Xiaofan could rely on was none other than the water god. Senior Water Depth, what should we do? The calamity will come in less than 3 years. You have to help me, Jiang Xiaofan hurriedly said. However, the water god sighed softly and said, the dragon vein is an object without an owner. Anyone can make use of it. Because of this, you guys can cultivate on the Heaven Sparrow Mountain. However, I have never heard of a dragon vein with a consciousness. It should be because you don't have enough faith, so your consciousness was swallowed by the dragon vein. Kid, calm your mind and fight it. What the heck is this for real? Jiang Xiaofan was swaying. Fight it out with the dragon vein? He was probably looking for death by lighting a lantern in the toilet. If you are willing to waste your time here, then stay here forever. If you want to leave alive, you have to fight it out, the water god said in a low voice. He was exasperated with Jiang Xiaofan for not living up to his expectations. His tone sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Jiang Xiaofan still had many years to live. If he was asked to die here, he would definitely not accept it. However, he could either die here for a few decades, or fight it out with the dragon vein and fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan slowly straightened his back. He clenched his fist and nodded fiercely, damn it, fight it out. Seeing this, the water god nodded in relief. Taper was trying his best to protect Jiang Xiaofan's heart and could not spare any energy to speak. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the front of the dragon vein and felt the spiritual power was even more terrifying. He almost could not breathe. He turned to look at the seniors on both sides. If Jiang Xiaofan could not make it, the 2 of them would have another friend. Seniors, we are all trying to save the world. Please bless me from heaven. Jiang Xiaofan rubbed his hands and reached out his right hand to touch the dragon vein. When he was 0.0001 centimeters away from the dragon vein, he suddenly stopped and said to the water god with a sad face, "Is there any other way? I'm really a little scared." At that moment, the water god almost choked to death. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Scared my A**. I'll give you a kick." Then, Jiang Xiaofan felt a strong force coming from behind him. Before he could scream, his body moved forward slightly and his palm was placed on the dragon vein.